and gets through on Canet. Canet went on the inside line into the loop though.
Yeah, Canet fights back and holds his position at his close as they loop back through the loop section of the racetrack, building up through Aintree. But that was probably the first mistake of the weekend for Manny Gonzalez, and it was a big one.
He's in 11th, Jake Dixon in 12th, it's Canet leading, Moreira in second, Senna Aegis looking racy early on, as is Isan Guevara, who comes through and up into third spot. So Guevara having a fantastic start to this race, was fifth back in the USA, had a podium at the end of last year, but this is unheard of for Guevara in Moto 2.
Yeah, looking better in the middle of the third row in qualifying. Isan Guevara, he's showing some speed on a weekend when it seemed like the Bosco Oscuro chassis was struggling. He got it together in the afternoon session, good lap in qualifying and a brilliant first lap from him.
You see, there are still spots around this racetrack that are dampers. Canet comes back at Moreira, so the Brazilian drops to second. Oh, that was tight between Aegis and Guevara, out of Cop's corner. Is Guevara going to attack Moreira? Oh, I thought he was. He doesn't do so. He decides to sit tight behind the Brazilian. I'm looking further back. Gonzalez still is 11th, Dixon still 12th, but there is a long, long way to go in this race. There they are, 18 and the 96. Oh, and another little wobble onto Chapel. That could put him at peril here with Dixon behind him.
Yeah, 17 laps around here is a long way, but Manny Gonzalez and Jake Dixon are both riders who have good race trim, as Isan Guevara leads his first Moto2 race, I think ever maybe, but yeah, he's come to the fore this weekend. We've always talked about his talent and potential. We have never seen anything like this from him in Moto2 as yet.
And what happened with Canet though, coming onto the hanger straight, as David Alonso making moves on Barry Baltas, so he's got up into 5th place. As they come round club for the first time, it's the former Moto3 world champion Isan Guevara who comes through to lead for the Pramac Yamaha Moto2 team. Moreira is in second place, Canet is third, Aegis in fourth. Whoa. Moreira having a look on the inside at Abbey on Guevara, but it's not to be. And Guevara's going to hold on to them into Village.
Barry Baltas down the inside on David Alonso. I don't think he's going to get the place here as they change direction for the loop.
Canet does take Moreira though. Moreira had gotten the tighter line. Canet swoops around and had that inside line again into the loop. A breathless start to this Moto2 race with Guevara leading them down the Wellington straight. They are all bunched together so tightly.
Got to be a little bit careful here. Obviously, Guevara's just got to push on and hope his tyres stay with him. But you can see Manny Gonzalez not making any headway from where he's at. He's actually lost touch on the rear wheel of Alonso Lopez. So it's yeah, maybe he's just settled into the race a little bit. I expected him to immediately jump forward.
But he's up to 9th now. He's got through on Daniel Gardo. Jake Dixon in the same instant was forced a bit wide. I saw him in the top of shot. He's now gone back behind Ivan Ortola as Canet again looks strong, doesn't he, into Cops. He made that move on the previous lap and does so again. This time it's to retake the lead of the race. Ooh. Canet, Guevara, Moreira, 1, 2, 3. Aegis sat watching at the moment. Here comes Moreira on the switchback. Not to be. Completely different lines through there between the Brazilian and the Spaniard. We ride on board with the Valencian, Aaron Canet, down towards Stowe Corner. No way through on this occasion perhaps. I have to say, the wind appears to be making the slipstream much more important than it normally would be in a Moto2 race.
It's effective, but Canet got off Chapel so well. Oh, Senna's out on the green there. The Aaron Canet got himself far enough out of the corner that they couldn't even use the draft. It's going to get tight.
Really tight in there. Aegis topped it out, didn't he? But it was Alonso on his outside who just laid the bike over the top of him, and Aegis had to sit up. He drops back into 5th. Canet leads them across the line now at the end of our second lap of the race. Where is our championship leader? There he is, Gonzalez. As it stands, he's lost the lead in the championship, but there is a long, long way. Still 15 laps remaining in this race as we go on board. And taking a position, but running a little bit wide there for Manuel Gonzalez. Should have the inside line to hold on in front of Ramirez and Alonso Lopez, who's had a really tough weekend here at Silverstone. Had to come through Q1, only just scraped through. He's up to 8th now.
Just looking at the lap time there from Aaron Canet, 2 minutes 4.1. It's only 2/10 adrift of the best race lap last year, which is the lap record at a 3.9. Aaron Canet also holds that best. But yeah, they're already moving here in these early laps. So despite the wind and the chilly temperatures, the fact that there may have been a little bit of damp out there on the very edges of the track, the Moto2 riders are pushing on here from the outset.
Canet has won previously here in the Moto 3 class, but second place is the last couple of years as Aegis had a think about going through on Guevara. Good to see Aegis back in the mix this weekend. Through Maggots. Further back, you can see now Gonzalez starting to approach this front group, just behind Barry Baltus now. Dixon, meanwhile, is mired. He's there in 12th place. Canet dragging Moreira down towards Stowe. Moreira's got a little bit of a run on him here, and he's going to attack him down into the Stowe corner. He's going to keep the race. If it goes on like this, he's just going to keep it open.
Certainly slipstream there in the wind. Moreira got off Chapel Curve a lot better there, and you can see the buffing of his front fender in this slipstream, using that to great effect, and he takes the lead. Canet not let them lead for long though.
Oh, that's contact in Vale between Canet and Moreira. The Spaniard wins out in the end as, that's Senna Aegis on that tight line. It's going to get really squeezed now as they power down towards Abbey. Alonso, a little bit of elbow action.
The young Colombian is feisty, we know it, but yeah, Senna Aegis is just learning it at the moment. He's been back and forth, and I think he's actually faster than Alonso in outright pace, but he's trying to dispose of him at the moment.
Oh, and he had to sit up there, because Alonso just turned it on top of him. And that just all helps Gonzalez come through, and Gonzalez gets past Barry Baltus.
Got a yellow flag in sector 1, I'm not sure who's dropping down the order.
It's Dixon, is it? No, Dixon's back to 15. There's been contact between him and Ortola. I'm sure because Ortola's gone. They were together across the line, and Dixon's back to 15. Oh, down we go! And crashing out, Manuel Gonzalez, the championship leader, has collided with Barry Baltus, who hits the fence at the back. He is furious, the championship leader. The Spaniard is not going to score any points here today in a collision with Belgium's Barry Baltus. 1 and 2 last time, both of them out.
We need to see that again. Obviously, the rider on the outside closed the door a little bit, it looked like, with Baltus being hard on the brakes, but Gonzalez isn't normally mired in the pack, and he made a good move at the loop, setting up out of entry, but yeah, collision on the way in there, just two lines converging. And it's no points today for the championship leader.
Here we go from above on the heli. They can see. So on the outside is Baltus. Gonzalez on the inside. I mean, it's one of those, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a long entry there in the braking zone. Barry may have seen him in his peripheral, but not quite. Yeah,
it's ahead of him all the way in,
yeah,
isn't
exactly.
He laid the bike across. Gonzalez is furious at that, but it's one of those, isn't it? For me, a racing incident. I don't know about you, Mike.
Yeah,
but
it is, to be honest, it's a racing incident. Barry has the line out front. Gonzalez makes a half effort, not quite getting alongside to really make Barry give up the line, and the line come together too late.
Reminded me a bit of Aegis Vietti in Thailand. Yeah, that sort of thing where if you're going to go for it, really go for it.
Go for it, yeah, properly send it up the inside, and you may go a little wide, but you've got to let the rider know you're there. That's
going to be reviewed after the race when Simon Crayfar gets the duo into the steward's office. Right, so as it stands, Aaron Canet is your championship leader. He's your race leader. But Diogo Moreira is making life hard for him. Isan Guevara is still there in third, just losing touch with those in front. Here comes Alonso. Isn't this good to see? The Moto3 world champion. It's taken him a little bit of time. I will remind you, because we have talked a lot about David Alonso and expectations. He dislocated his shoulder at the start of the year. Testing, basically no testing for him whatsoever, and it's just taken him some time. But the kid has huge talent. Isan Guevara is a fellow Aspar Moto3 world champion previously, of course, goes back in front of him at Brooklands. But Alonso, it's good to see, isn't it? The class is there, you can see it.
We do not doubt his talent, and it's been a tough few rounds, being slightly in the shadow of Danny Holdado on the other side of the garage as rookies. Look at the twitch of the bike through Woodcote. Senna just wasting no time, sends it down the inside. Will he go a little wide? Not this time. Last time around he didn't quite make it happen. I think Senna's got the best pace out of these three, but obviously these two young Spaniards not giving it easy to the Australian today.
Moreira's corner entry is so fast. The way he gets into the apex, absolutely eats up the ground on Canet every single time.
Yeah, he's got a slightly different line through the snaking section as he changes direction from Maggots into Beckett's and Chapel.
But it helps him on the run then down to Stowe.
He's got the run again. It's going to be a move, but Canet's not letting them have it easy here on the brakes. Aaron's pushing on to control the pace.
wider sweeping line from Isan Guevara in third spot. The gap between he and Moreira sitting about 3/4 of a second. Further back down the order, Alonso Lopez it is who leads the chase group. Previously been on the podium here in Moto 2, if you remember, all the way back in 2022. His first full season in the class. Canet leads them at the end of lap 5. A reminder, if you've just joined us, Manuel Gonzalez has collided with Barry Baltas. You're 1 and 2 from the last couple of races, in fact, in Jerez in Spain, and they both crashed out. I hope Baltas is okay, because he rode right to the fence as well, didn't he, and just collided with it.
Yeah, the bike from Gonzalez collected him a second time, and unfortunately for Barry, I thought he was going to stay on 2 wheels, but unfortunately for him, it wasn't to be.
On board with Canet. Let's have a look at Moreira on this occasion. Down towards Brooklands. It's corner entry, isn't it? It's that phase.
Diogo looks really comfortable on the front end. As you mentioned, the last minute entry, how he trails the brake right to the apex. He sits a little bit taller. Obviously, Aaron's a smaller rider. But yeah, he just sits a little bit taller on approach, and yeah, he looks comfortable.
Tyres, I know this is early to be talking about it, but I'm just looking further down the order. You know, pace is very, very similar across the field, but are they going to be able to maintain it? That's the big question, isn't it? Whether in these conditions, whether even in standard conditions, you'll be able to keep your tyre all the way with you to the end. Who's going to have it in the latter stages?
We've seen a lot of banding on the front tyres here, both Moto 2 and MotoGP this weekend. A lot of that is cold tear, and obviously, as you mentioned, 23 degrees on the ground, so the asphalt temperature's reasonably hot. It is the wind chill that could cause it. Sometimes in those scenarios, it's best to just push on, keep the temperature in, and work the tyre hard, and it stops it from actually going away from you weirdly.
Moreira got almost alongside Aaron Canet, but Canet so deep on the brakes down into Stowe, and hangs on. All this scrapping, all this having to fight to hang on to position will just mean you're not able to ride as freely as you'd like.
Yeah, the front 5 here is bunching back together. Then you've got Philip Salac now got to the head of the chase pack, got through on Alonso Lopez this time around. Salac has got pace this weekend, but it's a bit of an ask. There's a decent gap there, 2.6 seconds he's got to make to get across to this lead 5-10 wheeler here. The 5 riders all battling at the front.
David Alonso sideways down into Village, but is he going to be able to... Oh, wow, he is so brave, the young Colombian. I thought, well, he's not going to have the inside line, and it didn't matter. He just laid the bike over the top of Guevara.
Guevara's just shaking his head. He's not happy at all with the young Colombian rider today.
Here comes Aegis as well on the inside of David Alonso. Alonso is a pest, isn't he? Making himself really hard to overtake. And, yeah... got the wrath and ire of Isan Guevara, whose head was shaking so much like a nodding dog.
So Senna just looks like he's setting this one up again into Copse, not this time, but I do think Senna's got the most pace out of at least these chase 3. You can see how he just turns better than Guevara in the middle of the corner. He's got more grip, he's got more turning. Well, that's what we've seen, haven't we, with the WP suspension, with the Calex this year, compared to the Boscoscuro that Guevara's riding. We've been told it's that turn, it's that front end getting it turned. And that's what, of course, Aegis is running. Yeah, watching Guevara making it work in this lead pack. He's really getting his body off the bike in the middle of the long hanging corners. And you look at the contrasting fortunes. You've got Arbolino, who should be the team leader there for the Blue Crew Pramac squad. He's down in 18th. And yet, when they hit the straight, look at Senna Aegis. Breezed past by David Alonso. Unfortunately, his long lever's not doing him any advantage on the run down the hanger straight. He is one of the bigger, taller riders, very lean, very slim, but he still catches a little bit more in terms of the aero effect, and it does hurt him in terms of top speed. Just want to see across the line if Salac is able to bridge this gap to the front yet. It was at 2.6, yeah, it's 2.7 now. Still Dixon, who's just done a personal best lap of the race, down in 13th. Left of your screen, you can go on board with Jake as we look at the front runners here in the main picture. It's Canet leading as Alonso, Guevara and Aegis do battle. Aegis reclaims that 4th spot from Guevara. So good in terms of turning, but then when it gets to the straight, not having it his own way. No, and Alonso finds himself back at the front. He's a scrapper of David Alonso. He does not care if someone's gesticulating, getting angry. He'll get stuck back in at the very next corner.
Senna Aegis makes this one count, where his teammate was unable to do so on Baltus. He got right through, and as you said, ran wide, Aegis, but then held on. Now this is where Aegis looks strong, hasn't he?
Yeah, his bike's working all the way through Luffield on the exit, through Woodcote here. He's got some good grip, and he's strong at cups all the way up the hill. He'll get back onto Diogo Moreira before too long.
So this is where he needs to hang on, doesn't he, as much as possible to try and claw back the gap to the leaders, because he's not out of the shot of victory here in the British Grand Prix. Still, Canet's leading. I think Moreira has just decided, I'm just going to sit in tight behind Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron setting a strong pace. Last time around 4.7, all the way down to, as you mentioned, Jake in 13th was at 2 minutes 4.6, setting his personal best last time around, but only a tenth faster than the leaders. So it's going to be a bit of an ask for Jake at almost 5 seconds down on this this battle right at the front of the field. Yeah,
Alberto Arenas fastest the whole field at a 2:04.3. As Aegis this time does manage to block any way through. David Alonso going the high line, riding around, will he get any drive down towards Vale? Moreira has another look, briefly exchanged positions. Again on the brakes, Aegis hangs on, runs it deep once more, but he has bridged that gap a little bit here, Michael.
Yeah, you can see the strengths that the Aussie has today. He just needs to shake off the threats from behind, which is David Alonso. He does not care. He's not thinking strategy in terms of working together. He's just thinking, I need to get past the bike in front every time. It's good to watch, but frustrating for Senna at the moment, I would imagine.
Jake Dixon's got through on Joe Roberts. Looks like he's about to go through on Daniel Gardo as well. Left-hand side of your screens. Oh, it's going to get tight in there, but he has got past Daniel Gardo. It looks like into 11th place. Next on his hit list is Alberto Arenas, his former crew chief. I wonder if Baltus and Gonzalez will have a bit of a discussion about that one later. It'll be good to see it back. We've only seen it from the heli shot, so it'll be good to get their takes on it as well. Celestino Vietti's got past Ramirez up into 8th place. Aegis has definitely bridged that gap. Canet and Moreira did 2:05s last lap. Aegis a 2:04.6, the fastest rider on track.
Yeah, looking solid. Obviously Aaron's capable of a little more. You wonder if he's just steadied the pace a little bit to go slightly easier maybe on his rear tyre at this stage in the race.
Just caught a glimpse of Jake Dixon going through on Alberto Arenas now, so he's starting to move here, is Dixon. He's up to 10th place. It is surely going to be too much though to try and get into the podium battle at the front. Anything that he can do to maybe get to the front of that group. We spoke to his dad Darren, didn't we, down in the paddock just before the start of this race, and he said points. It's all about the points today.
Yeah, from a lowly qualifying position in 13th, the expectation was hopefully that he'd get solid points on the board today. He just needs to keep chipping away. We've seen it in Le Mans. Jake's pace remained the same. The other riders around him started to slow in the latter laps, and hopefully the same happens again today.
David Alonso there, so late on the brakes, as was Aaron Canet to hang on into the lead, but Alonso making it through on Aegis. Aegis turned underneath him, but then Alonso just closed off his line, did exactly the right thing as you would do, and gets back into the podium spots. He's pesky, isn't he?
He is.
For Senna Aegis here.
Didn't David Alonso win his first Moto3 race at Silverstone?
From the back of the grid.
So he knows how to get it done, and today he's looking racy. He might not have the grip and turning an outright pace of some of the riders around him, but he's a racer. He is feisty.
Fastest man on track is Jake Dixon, just in a 2:04.5, his personal best lap of the race. So expect him to come forward. And if this battle keeps going, the gap to Salach has closed. It's down under 2.5 seconds now, and I do feel like there's going to be a bit more scrapping here. Guevara's losing touch with the front runners, so this race is not quite run just yet.
7.5 laps is a long way around Silverstone. These long hanging corners, you're going around Luffield. Once your tyre drops, you're a sitting duck. You can't do anything. You can't touch the throttle here. You spin as you go sort of upright on the tyre towards Woodcote, then you spin all the way through Woodcote. The bike won't hook up at Copse. It is such a tough circuit on rear tyre consumption, and if no rubber left, you've nothing to fight with.
David Alonso is fighting so hard to stay in front of Aegis, having a brilliant ride, as is Aegis too, just trying to work out how to get past and stay past Alonso, but it's just not possible. He is scrapping his way in this race.
Looks like Izan Guevara's just struggling a little to maintain the pace here of the lead four, but it's been a good race, his best so far in Blue Crew colours.
Diogo Moreira has just been given the signal from his team, while you're attacking Canet all the time and trying to find new and creative ways to get through, just be aware that David Alonso is closing. And I tell you what, Alonso into Stowe is strong, really strong in there, and down towards Vale now. Is Alonso going to have a look here? Oh, he's going to just hang on in front of Aegis. We have got a right royal battle here at the British Grand Prix. Dixon was briefly through on Marcos Ramirez, but Ramirez has got past him.
One thing we know about David Alonso, he lights up a race. He did it every time he was in the battle in Moto 3. And he's got such a wherewithal with the riders around him. You can see off of club, he doesn't quite have the traction and the jump off the turn. He's getting dropped a little, but he's just so scrappy.
Here comes Aegis once more. But watch Alonso. He'll just turn the bike over the top of Aegis, and then he's got the line down into the loop.
He just didn't want to give it up. Doesn't give him enough room to get through, but doesn't close the door off completely that it makes contact. He just blocks the line essentially, stays a little bit off the curb, so it allows Senna round the turn at least.
Little wobble on there for Canet, and it's going to allow Diogo Moreira to come through. Just as he applied the throttle out of Aintree there, Canet just got a head wobble on, and that's allowed Moreira to get the run on him, but he's wide. Contact through Lovefield, Canet back in front, and look at Alonso, and Aegis almost contact through there through Woodker. Still a long way to go in this race, but it is hotting up despite that fresh breeze whipping its way through Silverstone.
This brings Izan Guevara back into the mix. We talked about it. If these front four battle too much, you will get another 4 or 5 bikes will join the party.
Yeah, including Jake Dixon, who has got through on Marcos Ramirez. It makes me nervous out there into Baggett every single lap. 4 different lines from this, front quintet now, isn't it? Because Guevara hasn't quite been dropped. As Canet still leads him, he loves leading races.
Senna. Almost touching the rear wheel of David Alonso as he changes direction at Chapel. But yeah, you can see where he loses in terms of outright speed. David Alonso's benefit from his
He's going to take the lead.
Yeah,
he's going to take the lead in the race. He's gone past both Canet and Moreira. He has to go wide, does he? But he doesn't. He hangs on to it. David Alonso leads a Moto 2 race for the first time, and he's doing it in some style here. A previous winner in Moto 3, and he is leading the British Grand Prix. Senna Aegis now also coming through on Moreira. How things have changed in the space of 2 corners. Here we go then. As they cross the line now, there are 6 laps to go in the British Grand Prix in Moto 2.
Impressive from David Alonso. I've got to say, he just looks so strong on the brakes. He's benefiting a little bit down the back straight from the slipstream, but he looks in control at the front of the field. And first time, certainly won't be the last time he leads a Moto 2 race.
Canet, firm. That's how to make a bit of a block pass, isn't it? Alonso we've seen a couple of times as attack back, but not on Canet on this occasion. Right, so now Canet leading once more has to find a way to keep Alonso at bay. Something Senna Aegis has found really hard throughout, and again another wobble on for Canet onto the Wellington Straight.
The thing about David Alonso, he's just looking for every opportunity to pass. First time he gets a look at Canet, he's straight down the inside. He just loves a race. He is such a scrapper.
Where Aegis just taking different lines, he's just hooking up out of corners every single time.
Yeah, it honestly looks like he's got more pace, but because of the wind, and look at the run through the back there. I was watching the overhead shot, and Senna is just almost touching the rear wheel of David Alonso. He's got so much grip in the middle of the fast corners, but unfortunately he doesn't have the top speed today. Moreira's going to attack him.
And we have got 4 Calix bikes at the front here, but then if you look now, Guevara, Salach, Lopez, Vietti, Dixon, they're all Boscosturos behind, so in the race trim, actually coming, a little bit further forward now. Fascinating race we've got here at Silverstone. Again, Guevara just labouring to stay with them. There you can see further down, you can just see Jake Dixon at the top of your screen. His teammate Philip Salach is leading the chase. Aaron Canet so good into Stowe, and this time Alonso isn't able to find a way through.
Yeah, Canet's strong in the brakes as well as getting off Chapel Curve quite well.
Here comes Moreira, sideways, full-on Supermoto style from Diogo Moreira, and the Brazilian is back into second. This is going to rumble on. This is not going to end. pretty, I don't think.
No.
I'm feeling contact somewhere here.
Yeah, you can see it coming down into Stowe as they fan out the slipstream effect, and then all of a sudden there will be contact into the braking zone.
2 seconds now between Salac and Guevara, so if there is a big tyre drop for someone at the front, someone's got some tyre left, could see big changes yet. So Canet through the loop. Moreira second. David Alonso, Moto3 world champion, and starlet, huge star of the future. We said the same about Isan Guevara. It's never quite materialised for him. He's in 5th place. In between them is Senna Aegis on the number 81. Still time to go in this race as David Alonso lunges down into Brooklands and somehow brings it back down to the apex.
Solid, good entry speed, good approach, but never really drifts wide off the apex. I think he's got a lot of rear brake control to pull those passes off and not go too far past the apex.
Onto the national pits straight, out of Woodcote corner. Here comes Aegis into Cops once more. Now Moreira finds himself back in 4th. So while Aegis is good on the corner exits, it feels like it's the corner entry for Diogo Moreira. Hope you can hear that is the heart in my mouth every single time they fly down into Maggots through Beckett, and then there'll be another flick into Chapel. Who's going to have the run down the hanger straight in? Wow, that was brave from Aegis.
He thought about it there, but I don't think you can pull off a pass on that direction change onto the hanger straight.
It's costing him, isn't it?
It
on
is.
The run every single time down to Stowe. That tighter line he's running. So Aegis will drop back to 4th place. Just trying to work out a way of getting past and staying past David Alonso, but the Colombian proving he's a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, for Senna, he will be frustrated at the end of the race if he doesn't stand in the podium. He's certainly one of the fastest riders in this pack, but it is getting ahead of them, keeping them behind down the hanger straight hurts him. Obviously he has that slightly tighter line on the way on, may compromise his speed onto the straight, but then he's just a little bit struggling in the draft effect.
Overhead from the helicopter you can see all the different lines this front four are taking. As it stands, Canet would lead the World Championship. A reminder, if you've just joined us, Manuel Gonzalez, Championship leader, had a collision with Barry Baltas earlier in this race, so they are now 2nd and 4th in the Championship. Jake Dixon got caught up earlier on, was dropped back. He's currently running in 9th in the chase pack.
Yeah, Jake's only 3.5 off the lead. He was 5 and a bit seconds a while ago, but I don't think there's going to be enough laps for them to join the party today.
Moreira back in front of Senna Aegis. They dice it out once more for the final spot on the podium. All still harbouring hopes of taking the winner's trophy home with them. Remember, Canet has won races, but there are no Moto2 wins for Alonso, Moreira or Aegis. Or Guevara, who's still got this watching brief at the back as Moreira and Alonso almost collide through Cops corner, and Moreira back in front.
All this battling is giving Canet a little bit of breathing space, although we called it earlier in the race, Moreira is so strong on approach through this Maggots-Beckett's Chapel complex.
Yeah, eating up the meters. Really have it's a tough snake to work out, isn't it, that one? But you've got to make sure you get a good drive. You've got to sacrifice a little bit through after Beckett to make sure you get the drive out of Chapel down to here, down to Stowe corner. Surely Alonso's got to run wide here.
He does it so well to pull it back every time. He's obviously used the slipstream effect on so many occasions now. He knows where to hit the brakes and how much pressure to apply. Moreira fights immediately back.
This is helping Canet out the front now, as this trio do battle for second. Aaron Canet has a bit of breathing room across the line, the biggest the gap has been at any point in this race. With Canet, the new championship leader by the looks of things, 4/10 clear of Moreira now, with 3 laps to go in the British Grand Prix.
You've got to be careful at this point in the race, Aaron Canet. He's a wily old fox. He can just put the hammer down. If they give him the signals he crossed the line that he's got 4/10 of a second, he knows that's enough breathing space to run wide flow and fast lines qualifiers. Look
at the top of your picture. Celestino Vietti's coming, as well. Here's Alonso Lopez going through on Philip Salac. Jake Dixon just behind them, but Vietti is motoring, Vietti now has got Isan Guevara in his sights that he's coming down to 10th every sector.
Good to see Joe Roberts in the mix there, just behind Jake Dixon. Oh, close there with Senna Aegis and David Alonso. Senna can see that Cannett's getting away, and he's going to get frustrated here. He's got to get through on this occasion. Look at the drive he's got there off of Luffield.
Every single time he's made up ground there. He's made up ground here. But then he just loses out in other parts of the racetrack. Cannett, meanwhile, pushing on at the front.
So we talk about the differences. These two bikes are WP shod, David Alonso and Senna Aegis. Senna could get through here.
Oh, that's so tight down into maggots. Jaw-dropping stuff from Alonso and Aegis, but thankfully they both stay on the bike and they both stay in the battle for second, but they are not close enough to Aaron Cannett with 2.5 laps remaining.
This is all working into the hands of Aaron Cannett. At the moment, he's maintained it just under 0.5 of a second. It's pretty much status quo here around the lap.
Every single time on the Hanger Straight, Senna Aegis loses, doesn't he? He's just losing out on the straights. Great on corner exit, but for some reason when it starts going up through the gears, his size is preventing him from staying in front. On this lap, I think they've closed the gap on Cannett. Remember, it was 0.4 across the line last time. Let's see when they cross the line with 2 laps to go. 0.3.
Izan Guevara's just hanging in here waiting to pick up the pieces of a feisty Colombian and Brazilian rider, both want the same piece of tarmac in the last lap.
South American superiority at stake here between the Brazilian on the number 10, the Colombian on the number 8. He is sideways down into Village. Still Celestino Vietti eats up the ground behind them. It's amazing, they're all still in the same picture. You know, Dixon has just been passed by Joe Roberts. He's been dropped back into 10th place, but they're all only 4 seconds behind the leaders. Great Moto2 opener to today's race card here at the British Grand Prix. Again on the straight, Aegis just has to go for a late lunge to stay and get in front, actually, of Moreira.
Yeah, got a good run through Aintree, Senna Aegis, but the top speed is certainly lacking today. It's tough for him to maintain the position. He works so hard around the lap and then gives a lot away down the straights. That he does. He definitely has the grip to get this done, but I don't know over the last lap and a half if he can keep Moreira behind him.
Alonso was 4/10 quicker than Cannett on that last lap, but has he got anything to win his first Moto2 race in just his 7th ride, of course, in the championship? It's been a really tough start to the year. A best result of David Alonso of 11th so far this year, and he's been battling for the lead throughout this race.
I love it. Not doing things by half, going for a first top 10 whilst in podium or victory contention here over this last lap and a bit.
Dixon and Roberts having a rare old battle, of course, here for British Grand Prix superiority. It's good to see Roberts able to do that. It's not been possible for the year as he still recovers from the wrist injury he suffered at Phillip Island last year. It's really going on if you look in the left-hand side of your screens, but in the main picture, we're coming down to the last lap of the race, and Alonso again eating up the ground. There's a lunge on the last lap.
There is.
There's a lunge on the last lap if he's anywhere close to Aaron Cannett. Here we go then. Here we go. 3 2/3 of a mile remaining in this Moto2 Grand Prix of the United Kingdom. It's Cannett from Alonso. That's where Dixon passed him a year ago. Cannett on this occasion, the leg still comes off the outside foot peg as it did a year ago, but this time he hangs on to the lead. Alonso right on his tail.
Cannett's been runner-up here 2 years in a row. I would not like to fight David Alonso on any last lap battle, but unfortunately Aaron Cannett's going to have to do just that today.
Through they come into Aintree Corner on the run down the Wellington Straight. Is it going to be Cannett? Is it going to be Alonso? Is Aegis or Moreira? Are they going to be able to pick up the pieces? Down towards Brooklands, here comes David Alonso on the inside, and Cannett, just wipes his nose, drops it in front of him, and now they're going to Luffield. That's given new energy to Senna Aegis in 3rd.
It's going to come down to the end of the back straight, and Alonso gets great run through Chapel Curve onto the Hanger Straight, and great slipstream as well. There will be a dive into either Stowe or down into Vale. Did
you see the smoke pouring off the rear of Senna Aegis' tyre as he came out of Woodcote Corner there into Copse it is? I wonder as well, I think Alonso's got a move in Vale in him. I really do think into the final chicane there's a chance for a block pass. Senna Aegis will be watching on, hoping that something happens between the two in front of him. He's there in third on the 81. It's 44. Aaron Canet leading from Alonso in second place. Aegis in third. Moreira and Isan Guevara's had a brilliant race in fifth. Which way will the British Grand Prix go as they go down the hanger straight for the final time?
I think Alonso's going to do it here into Stowe. He could have done it earlier in the lap, but he thought better of it.
He's got through. He's got in front. There's no way for Canet. He's got to run wide, hasn't he? He does a little, but he's going to close off the line. It's going to come down to Vale. Can David Alonso win here, just like he won his first Moto3 race at Silverstone? Canet's coming late, really late, really late. And Aegis comes through. Senna Aegis picks their pocket, and he's going to win the British Grand Prix. Contact between Alonso and Canet. Canet misses out on the podium, and Senna Aegis wins for the first time in the intermediate class. Diogo Moreira is second. I do not believe what we've seen there. Canet launched into Vale, and Aegis was brilliant, brilliant to ride through and take victory.
Oh, first class for Senna Aegis. I've got to say, he was the fastest rider on track for so much of the race. He was losing out on the straights. He learned the hard way throughout, and he knew that there was going to be a dive, and he judged it absolutely perfectly to pick.
Atmosphere.
The air is thick with emotion.
Strap yourselves in.
The whole world holding its breath. That second that lives forever. This is it. Expect greatness. The UEFA Europa and Conference League final.
It's because we know the tyre situation. We've talked about it quite a bit already, and at this point now, as a rider, you are nervous, you are anxious, you just hope you can generate heat on this warm-up lap. It's called a warm-up lap, and I tell you what, never have you needed a warm-up lap as bad as this. You've got to try and force this front tyre especially on the lap, not too much, so you end up crashing. So yeah, tricky conditions.
I wonder almost about the first few corners as well. With that wind, can get underneath the bike. That's one point. With all these wings that we've got on the MotoGP bikes now, and let's not forget, Abbey is very fast, the right-hander at the end of the straight. Farm, the left-hander, also quick through there. If you've got a cool tyre, that can catch you out. And yesterday, Bezzecchi, the fastest rider on track at the end of the race, had his ride height device engaged throughout all of that.
Yeah, it's such a tricky opening part of the lap because Abbey's, you're not hard on the brakes, so it's hard to disengage it, but you have to start with the ride height device down, otherwise you get a bad start. Yeah, it's like I said, this is as tough as it gets. It really is.
Tyres are going to be critical here today. Normally, by now, we have a list from Michelin, and this just shows, Neil, we've heard, haven't we, from people down there, not sure whether they're going to use soft, medium and hard. That's what Alex Marquez says on the front. The rear looks certain it's got to be a medium rear tyre, but the front's a step into the unknown.
Yeah, I think what they're hoping is at least if they run the medium rear, that offers less grip on the rear, which then might not overforce the front, so you possibly could get away with the soft. Yeah, it's a guessing game. That's it.
Nearly 100,000 fans here this weekend for the May date. It returns the British Grand Prix next year to its August date. It will be the weekend 7th to the 9th in 2026. Oh, look, there we are.
There
wow.
we go.
Fabio Quartararo's gone with the front soft, slick tyre. Further back, it's going to be interesting. I'm intrigued with Marco Bezzecchi because when I spoke to him last night, was keen to run the hard tyre. I just don't think there's temperature in the track for it. And with this wind as well, if you're out front, it's perhaps the best place to be, but you will also get cool air on your tyres.
Yeah, no.
To voyage into the unknown, 20 laps of Silverstone ahead, Quartararo on pole, the Marquez brothers in the hunt. A track that's going to require having some patience right to the end with your tyres. The British Grand Prix with everything still to play for, 20 laps. And when the lights go out, we are underway. A brilliant start from Alex Marquez. He's passed Fabio Quartararo in the first 15 metres. Mark also coming through. Oh, Alex Marquez is down, and that's a cold tyre. Straight from the off, he slides out of the way. So the sprint winner out of the race already, and his brother Mark is going to take over at the front.
Medium front tyre, we talked about how difficult it is, and you will not get a better example. It's like the track's wet, but it's not. Oh, I feel so sorry for him. There's nothing you can do.
Like there was ice on the front tyre there for Alex Marquez. He slides out at Abbey Corner. So Marquez leads him onto the Wellington Straight. Fabio Quartararo is second. A gift for Pecco Bagnaia, who's up to third. Fermin Aldeguer, a great start from the rookie into fourth with Luca Marini on the Honda. What a brilliant start from the Italian as well, from eighth on the grid. He's gone up into fifth spot.
And imagine now you Mark Marquez, you've seen that, he's already well aware his brother's crashed out, and then you think, well, I can't push too hard, but if you don't push hard enough, you won't generate the heat in your tyre and you'll crash. So difficult.
I wonder here, because he's hit the barrier as the bike really hard.
He got such a launch off the line, it was fantastic. I thought he'd even jumped the start. And then he grabs the brake, the ride height, as soon as he grabs the brake, there's no weight transfer because the ride height device is down, so it's not disengaged at that point.
And you have to go hard for the brake, because otherwise your ride height device
won't disengage.
Yeah. Here we go again.
Just listen to it. Just watch this.
Quickly he was away.
Down you go.
Oh, drama off the start, disaster for Alex Marquez. His brother Mark leads, but the Grassini team, Carlo Malini, Nadia Padovani, team boss down there, and it's just let Markov scot-free at the front. No way through for Pecco Bagnaia. He is being circumspect here. Remember, Quartararo running the soft front, Bagnaia running the medium. I think Bagnaia is doing the right thing, not rushing to get past. He knows he can get past Fabio pretty much at will as Jack Miller comes in.
From a mile back, Jack Miller on Luca Marini, who's got a great start.
Practicing his moves to the Suzuka 8 Hour. That's been announced. He's going to ride there later on this year, which is exciting for the Yamaha factory team.
Yeah, love that.
Someone else has crashed out. It's not Morbidelli, is it? Morbidelli just dropping down the order on my timing screens. Is that right?
Yep, it is.
Yeah, Frankie Morbidelli has crashed out.
Is that fail, is it?
Oh, Aleix Espargaro's gone with him. Well, he had a collision yesterday, Morbidelli, with Raul Fernandez. And unfortunately, no points for Morbidelli today, so it's been a tough couple of weekends. 2 15th places in France, and a no score of 11th yesterday, and a 0 today for Frankie.
Don't know what's happening with Digi there. He looks like he lost a couple of places, got bullied out of the way.
Yeah, Mir and Bezzecchi both getting through on Fabio Di Gianantonio. That is Alicia Spargo furious at Frankie Morbidelli. They have got history.
Yeah.
They're not the best of pals.
Who did Frankie Morbidelli ride through yesterday? He rode through someone, didn't he?
Ralph Fernandez.
That was it, yeah. Took all of the wings off the side of his bike. He's certainly an aggressive rider, is Frankie Morbidelli. You wouldn't think it if you met him in the paddock.
He is so laid back, he's horizontal. But when he gets the visor down, he's transformed into an animal. Right, Joan Mir and Luca Marini, 7th and 6th in this race. Really good start for the factory Honda duo. Yeah,
they've looked good all weekend in all practice sessions. Yesterday didn't quite go according to plan. Joan Mir said, oh, someone's down, Marquez is down, I think. Marquez from the lead in the race, has crashed out, and look at him, he goes through the barriers. This is the medium front tyre, and both the Marquez brothers have crashed out now. What a start to the red flag. Red flag's been thrown out. If he can get his bike back here, Marc Marquez, because the red flag has gone out. If he can get his bike back, he'll still be in this race. Is he going to touch the curb? No, he's not. It's just a cold tyre. That's just a cold tyre.
And that's having come through cops and everything. He stays with it. Oof.
Just headbutts that out the way.
Yeah, thankfully they are whatever they're made out of, those polystyrene. But he should be able to ride back.
He's going to be all right.
He's going to rejoin the race here.
What a stroke of luck for Marc Marquez to crash out of the race.
Oil. We're being told there's oil on the track.
Is that down where the...
With it. Oof.
Just headbutts that out the way.
Yeah, thankfully they are whatever they're made out of, those polystyrene. But he should be able to ride back.
He's going to be all right.
He's going to rejoin the race here.
What a stroke of luck for Marc Marquez to crash out of the race.
Oil. We're being told there's oil on the track.
Is that down where the Morbidelli crash?
Morbidelli Espargaro on a fail, I'd guess.
Yeah, I don't think Marc Marquez's crash was anything to do with oil.
No. It looked like oil, but it's not. It's his cold front tyre. Well, that is, as you've just rightly said, Neil, a huge slice of luck.
Like you can't believe. I mean, that never happens, does it? Unbelievable.
Well, we are going to get a restart here. We will get a full restart because the 3 laps haven't been completed. And so, Frankie Morbidelli, if he can get back, he should be able to also rejoin this race.
But Alex Marquez won't be able to, because he's not didn't complete any laps. Marc Marquez will need some new leathers. It looks like he might have holed them in the arm. I mean, it's a fast crash. I'm going to say about 120 when the front is folded. Let me tell you what it feels like. You cannot feel the front tyre when the temperature's not up. When you're not able to force it. It's like you're riding blind. It's a horrible sensation. And Marc, the lap times are really slow, but he's trying to, let's say, just chip away, trying to go a little bit quicker, trying to generate a bit of heat. And as you could see, it just folded and down he went. And this is why the red flag came out. Dirt on the track. That Honda looks very second-hand.
So rules state a race red flag due to oil on the track. Because it stopped before 3 laps, it's a null and void race, no classification or anything like that. It will be a completely new race, full original race distance. Only riders who are still actively racing are allowed to take part, not crashed, not retired. So if you are racing at the moment of the red flag, you're eligible to restart, and original grip positions for that restart.
So what tyre do you put on now? You're going to have to put the soft front tyre on.
Well, yeah.
There's no way I'd want to set off now in this race with a medium front tyre on. You can't risk it.
It says all riders eligible there, but I will point out it should be actively racing. Riders are actively racing, i.e. not in the pits or crashed or retired. So, yeah, in theory, Alex Marquez, my calculations won't be allowed to take the restart. But we've learnt a few things on the rules, haven't we, at times this year already?
Just listen to this. Let's look at the speed as well.
So that has gone down there at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
He's lost the front. Oof. I mean, they might be, soft material in theory. That'll still hurt.
That'll still hurt. Tell you what, how impressive are leathers if you think about it? He slid all the way at 100 miles an hour with the weight of the bike, trying to save the bike, believe it or not, all the way on tarmac.
And he's done it again, Neil, of hanging on to the bike, which he tends to do. He holds on to the bike, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does that a
when
lot.
he's in the crashes, and it's actually helped him get back in. So this is it. It wasn't a Vale chicane, Neil, as we surmised, where obviously that collision between Espargaro and Morbidelli has meant that
It's saying all riders are eligible for the restart.
I'm almost certain though that you've got to be active in the race.
And looking at it, it's displaying on one of our monitors the grid, and it's showing Alex Marquez. Yeah.
By my reckoning, you've got to be active.
Yeah. Agreed. Be interesting to see the incident of what actually did happen between Morbidelli and Aleix.
Again, just like we were in the Circuit of the Americas, like we were in France last time, just going through. In Article 127.6, it says of the Grand Prix regulations, you're not eligible to restart if you crashed out or unable to rejoin and cross the finish line under your own power before the red flag was shown.
Yeah, which that's
that's
clearly
my take on it.
Yes.
For Alex Marquez.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't be then switching bikes. Anyway, that's my understanding.
Well, there's Alex now.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I thought he'd have shown him by now, and he's rushing back.
He's rushing back, so he feels he can get into it.
He definitely thinks he can. Yeah. How?
I mean, that's so fortunate.
Hey, when I said what a stroke of luck for Marc Marquez, this is I mean,
manna from heaven, isn't it, for Alex?
You've crashed out, the race has started, there's a couple of laps, well, 1.5 laps completed, you're done, aren't you? Or you think you are done. That's incredible.
So this is the marshals down there at Vale, trying to fix that.
Oh, here we go, look at this.
Right, bike on the side.
Yeah, so there'll be obviously fluid leaking out of this bike. Oh, here we go, look at this.
Right, bike on the side.
Yeah, so there'll be obviously fluid leaking out of this bike. There's Loris Capirossi. Checking it out.
If I've gone a bit quiet, because I'm going back over the rules again. Morbidelli and Espargaro. Look at the anger in Morbidelli's eyes.
I'd like to, well, I mean, talk about history between them two. There's been slaps and all sorts. Remember in Qatar when Aleix gave him Frankie a slap round the back of the helmet? Just checking that Frankie's all right.
Well, it was a lively start, wasn't it? Well, anyway, with everything that was going on with Alex Marquez, I mean, he got a brilliant launch, didn't he?
I thought he jumped the start, but his reactions were so good, and I think it looked even more so because Fabio's was so poor. Yeah. Well, here we go again then. Yeah. It looks like he's clearly he's going to be in this race. Tell you what though, he's going to be nervous on the start line, isn't he?
Well, he's imagine going down to turn 1.
Yeah.
Next time he's got to go with a soft front now, surely.
I think so. And both, I mean, especially Alex's crash. Look, there was no warning at all. There was hardly any lean angle, to be honest.
We lose a lap as well for the restart, so it'll be 19 laps because they'll have a quick start procedure. So they'll have a sighting lap, join up on the grid, one mechanic there, just check everything's okay,
right,
and then a warm-up lap. Now the old leathers being taken away by Alpine Stars.
Yeah. Tell you what, if he wins this race, they'll be going in the museum, the old leathers, because there's a story behind them. Incredible. Marc Marquez's crash was more normal, as in it wasn't like let's say a braking you know, when it lost.
His crew chief watching on. Yeah, he's certainly felt better this weekend, Frankie, but he's not out with the wars consistently. So they're all going to get round to the grid, and then they're going to be sat there again waiting for Quartararo here. How long does it take for a tyre to cool down?
With these cool, cold temperatures, not long at all. As you're going down the straight, the heat's pouring out of it. The Michelins have always been a little bit like that. They've been a bit more sensitive to cooler conditions. For example, a Pirelli slick tyre is definitely better in cooler conditions. It holds its temperature a little bit more.
I am being told that race tyres for the restart, only Aleix Espargaro is making a change in terms of his tyre, and that Alex Marquez, let me just have a look, on the medium still in theory.
Ooh, brave.
Marquez, but then according to the Michelin list that we get, on the medium front tyre.
Yeah, I wonder if the theory is if you can get 2 or 3 laps under your belt, then the front tyres should be okay. These are the coolest conditions we've had all weekend, though. That's a problem. They've tested these tyres throughout the weekend, but remember Friday was nice, the weather was good, it was quite warm, track temperature was much higher.
We will have a delay to the Moto 3 race coming up as well. That'll be at 10 to 3 for now, but before that we have got a 19-lap MotoGP race. Right, there will be another final warm-up lap here. Look at Quartararo again.
And now Marks, he's going slower off the start.
Yeah, Fabio wants to be right at the back. Soft front, medium rear. And on the medium front, medium rear, in theory, Alex Marquez, he was quick in those conditions as well. As in,
Alex was, yes.
With the medium front, medium rear on. Let's have a look. Are we going to find out what tyres he's running? What a reprieve. What a story this will be if either Alex or Mark take victory in this race, having crashed out. If Frankie Morbidelli were to do anything, you know?
Well, from what we learned yesterday, Alex Marquez looked like he'd got something in his back pocket. He, once he got to the lead, he controlled the race. His tyres looked better than anybody else's.
Board with Pecco Bagnaia, had a solid start, didn't attack Quartararo, waited for his tyre to come in. Has he got something today? I mean, he'll have been rubbing his hands previously, but nothing's falling Pecco's way this year.
No, you're right. You're so right. Pecco sort of needed a race like how that was panning out.
So they round this beautiful segment of racetrack, Maggots, Beckett's Chapel complex onto the Hangar Straight. That's where Marc Marquez, not that one, the previous corner's where he crashed out, but he's able to rejoin now. Right, we are ready to go again. Do you do anything different here?
No, I feel nervous.
I am. Well, we've still already again.
No.
We've had an epic Moto 2 race earlier on.
What a Moto 2 race.
I'm already worn out from that.
Strange, I've just seen the tyres. Joan Mir's opted for a hard front.
Yeah.
So keep your eye on that.
Oh dear. He was actually going well, wasn't he, in the first running?
Yeah, he was.
Right, I'm nervous. How are your nerves back home? We're ready to go again. Take 2 of the British Grand Prix. 19 laps of the Silverstone circuit. Still going to be a long race, this one. Still going to be just under 70 miles around this brilliant racetrack. Quartararo on pole, Alex Marquez alongside, Marc Marquez on row 2, both those having crashed out on the first go. We ride again at the British Grand Prix, and the lights go out, and another great start from Alex Marquez. Another time he's ahead of Fabio Quartararo, but Pecco Bagnaia is even better still. He goes through to lead Alex Marquez, so much more circumspect on this occasion through turn 1. And look at Fabio Quartararo down into Village Corner. He's going to have the inside line, and he's going to take over the lead in this race. He'll have the inside line down towards the loop. Oh, and Pecco's hung up. out to dry as Marc Marquez comes through on Alex. Jack Miller's up into fifth.
Yeah, Mark got up the inside in the loop on his brother, and now it's about getting a good run down the Wellington straight.
Down towards Brooklands, we ride on board with Marc Marquez with Pecco Bagnaia in front of us. Fabio Quartararo leads the British Grand Prix. Jack Miller is attacking down into Brooklands on Alex Marquez, who is seriously taking his time to get into this race, and who can blame him?
No, you can't blame him at all. He'll want to...
Zarco on the inside, he just hung in, wouldn't roll out of it, but he had to relinquish eventually.
I mean, there was no room there. Alex Marquez had his knee on the curb, but Zarco didn't roll out of it.
I mean, he's so lucky. How many times do we see someone have their front tyre clipped through there and down they slide out? The race was out wide.
I think
it's right. I think it's the rookie who's dropping back down through the order. So this is where Marc Marquez, of course, got caught out through there on the second lap of the original race. And again,
I bet he held his breath then. How funny though, tricky conditions, and Miller looks the fastest man on the track already, getting held up by Marc.
Yeah, here we go then. Out of Chapel, down towards Stowe Corner on the hanger straight for the first time. Quartararo leading. We're looking at Bagnaia with Marquez in second. Wow, look at Zarco approaching at pace down into Stowe. Some confidence there for the Frenchman. He's going to go around the outside of Alex Marquez.
Impossible.
He just has
It's possible.
Yeah. When you've just won your home Grand Prix, you can do anything. You thought you were Superman, Neil. It's Johan Zarco who's doing the business here in Britain.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. I mean, that's just ridiculous. He rode around the outside of the guy who's second in the championship.
Has he got a cape on his back there? Johan Zarco. He was flying down towards Stowe, and he got through on Alex Marquez. Right, at the front, Fabio Quartararo is going 1.2 seconds to Bagnaia. I'll remind you, he's got the soft front on.
He's got the soft front on, and he's throwing everything at it, out of the seat then.
And Jack Miller as well, also coming through. This is fantastic to see, from Miller up into the podium positions. And we thought, really, in these kind of conditions, the Yamaha was going to struggle. They struggle with grip, but they have to take advantage of the fact that the Ducati riders with that medium front tyre on are just having to take time to get into the race.
I mean, look at the difference in corner speed from Miller. Look at that for a pass. He can't get it stopped, surely not.
He'll have the inside line into
Am I wrong again? I am.
Yeah, he's got the inside line. So the Yamaha riders 1 and 2. As Jack Miller goes through up into second.
And what we are witnessing is the difference between the soft front and the medium. You can't trail brake on the medium, so you have to brake early. You have to brake way earlier. Look at the differences. It's incredible. It's rare you see it this way.
Marc Marquez up the rear of his teammate. He's got to run wide. He's going to lose position. And now we have 3 Japanese manufacturers in the top 4 in a dry race in MotoGP.
And Marc runs wide there because he's gone in a little bit hot, but not crazy. But he daren't trail brake. You know, if you continue to brake on the front with lean angle, we know what the result's going to be. So you have to accept the punishment, allow the bike to go wide, and pull back in on the racing line. 22
consecutive races Ducati won until Johan Zarco won on the Honda in France, and now in the next race we've got a Yamaha leading in the hands of Fabio Quartararo, who's pulling out a 2.2 second gap on Jack Miller, who's providing the best buffer as a Yamaha man, isn't he, in second place?
Yeah, 2.2 seconds. He still hasn't completed 2 laps.
I'll tell you what, Joan Mir with the hard front tyre on is up into 7th and pressurising Alex Marquez. That hard front works better than the medium. It must be. Has he gone back to the medium? No, he's gone back to the medium.
Gone back to the medium.
All right, I was going to say, it was wild if he's gone with the hard front tyre.
2.4 seconds lead after 2 laps.
And he's in the pace you'd expect to, you know, the 59s. Here comes Zarco. 3 Japanese manufacturers lead the British Grand Prix. We have not been able to say this for a long, long time. Zarco has the inside line and Bagnaia.
Look at going to be sneaky.
Opportunistic from Marc Marquez as Zarco came through, and Marquez on his teammate through entry takes over in 4th.
That was some move. There was not a big, well, there was no gap really, but just as Bagnaia was thinking of tipping it into the loop, Marc stuck his front wheel in there.
This is wild what we're seeing out here. Fabio Quartararo streaking away. Here we go, Piero Taramasso, soft front tyre, yet to complete full race distance.
Oh, great news. Oh,
yes, cheers Piero.
Yeah. Do the riders know this?
Fabio Quartararo doesn't care at the moment because it's a 2.4 second lead.
What a comment. So basically we've no idea if this front tyre will last.
My goodness me. Gonna have to be Pecco Bagnaia almost lost his front tyre in Cox Corner. They're all having a nightmare because Marc Marquez has run wide as well in Cox. They are dropping down the order. Unreal. This is a remarkable Grand Prix already. Yeah, by the way, we're on lap 3 of the second running of the British Grand Prix.
Again, it's exactly the same as what happened before.
Is this also something to do with the new bike as well, as in the problems that they're having, Mark and Pecco? They can't feel their front end.
Well, that is the number one comment that Pecco's been saying. He said yesterday evening, I can't tell the difference with the soft or the medium front tyre. The feeling is the same. Bear in mind, there are huge differences, but he says the way this bike is at the moment for me.
I've got my eyes on Marco Bezzecchi here. Yeah, he's up now into 5th place in this race. Was the fastest rider yesterday. We said before the start proceedings, keep your eye on Bez on the Aprilia. They won here Aprilia 2 years ago with Aleix Espargaro, who was on pole here for them last year, was on the sprint podium last year, and now Bezzecchi, who had the best pace of anyone in the second half of the sprint, is up into 5th.
Yeah, and Fabio, 3.1 second advantage. He's about half a second a lap faster on that lap, and he looks great, looks smooth.
Bez has just run a little bit wide, but has got through now on Alex Marquez and up into 4th place. I can't believe what we're seeing now. The top Ducati, Alex Marquez, is in 5th, and then the next Ducati is 9th for Marc Marquez. All the rest, non-Ducatis. I bet there's a few people pleased to see that. I know I'm one of them. Meanwhile, behind, Pedro Costa on Bagnaia.
Bagnaia's lost his rhythm as well with it.
He's now tiptoeing around.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone! At the field corner.
Unbelievable!
Almost got hit by Alex Rins from behind. It was like he was holding the bike between the pincers in his fingertips.
You couldn't explain it any better. I mean, he's riding, he's not even pushing, he's not risking anything. But imagine what it must have felt like for him. He could feel the front folding underneath him all the time. I feel so sorry for Pecco Bagnaia there. Thankfully, he didn't get run over because that was close.
Marco Bezzecchi's up into the podium positions in the meantime. He's through on Zarco. Bezzecchi is the rider, apart from Quartararo, quickest on track. There is Marc Marquez just having to. He said throughout the weekend it's been really hard work going, tough. I've got to change myself. But that factory Ducati this weekend is just not quite working as you'd like. I remind you, Alex Marquez is still in this race, still in the mix, battling for the podium positions. So he's learned his lesson from the first race. Give your tyre some respect, give it some time, because you see Pecco Bagnaia crush out top left. Drama galore in the British Grand Prix.
For me, Aldegar in the back of shot there was doing a major dive bomb on someone.
So, across the line. 3.9 from Fabio Quartararo to Jack Miller. Bezzecchi half a second quicker than Miller on that last lap, but Zarco and Marquez were both slower than Miller. Morbidelli there in 6th place. He also crashed out of the first race. He is quicker than Miller back in 6th. John Mir is in 7th spot. Luca Marini is in 8th. 3 Hondas in the top 8, 2 Yamahas in the top 8, and Aprilia in the top 8.
Unreal. And there's a long way to go, but the gap at the front's around about 4 seconds. You can see 3.8 seconds.
But still, as Marc Marquez now starts to make manoeuvres, Quartararo is still quicker than everybody.
Yeah, by quite a chunk, and he's getting to the point where if he gets a big enough lead and the tyre drops off, he will have that buffer.
What did you say on the grid before when you were speaking with Susie? I'd rather have a soft tyre going off than a medium tyre that
I've got no feeling for, and you end up picking your bike out of the gravel. Look, you're going to drop back, the tyre's going to wear, but at least you're not picking your bike up out of the gravel, and that's what Quartararo's just gone for it. He's not thought about saving the tyre, he's gone on full attack mode. He's got a 4-second lead, and eventually if that comes down and he ends up finishing 3rd, that's better than riding around with a tyre you can't really feel.
I mean, Bagnaia feels like he's doing at the moment.
Yeah, and that's what
the 4 front riders have all got soft front tyres in. It's Alex Marquez versus Frankie Morbidelli are the top runners with the medium front tyre in. And the next one with the soft front is Pedro Costa back in 12th. You know, when all this is going on, in fact, Costa's just got through on the Gian Antonio. When all this is going on, the fact that KTMs aren't in the mix tells a story about what's going on with the Austrian manufacturer at the moment.
Yeah. They've completely lost their way, haven't they, really? Maverick Vinales has been a bit unlucky this weekend. He had his chain snapped, and that didn't help him in qualifying, sort of qualified way down.
Paolo Pavezio, the new boss at Yamaha this year. Lynn Jarvis was actually here, but who laid the groundwork for Paolo to take up, and Yamaha are moving on. They are making progress in a full dry race here. Okay, 1 lap less because of the restart. But in that full dry race, they are leading by 4.5 seconds. And they were saying that the wind and the cooler conditions wasn't suiting them.
Yeah, they were saying, oh, the Yamaha, these conditions are worse for us, it affects us more. No, I think it's all down to tyre choice. That soft front offering much more grip.
What stories we've got already. We are not even anywhere near half race distance yet of this British Grand Prix. 4.5 seconds, stretching out Fabio Quartararo. He's led Grand Prix already this year, led in Spain, led in France, was pipped to the line, of course, back in Spain when...
nervous, that Yamaha. I mean, they talk about the Yamaha is always quite a nervous bike, but at that point there into the Bezzecchi section, flat out, the thing just swapping ends. That does not feel good. If anyone can nurse a tyre, though, if anyone can be kind to a tyre, it's Fabio. It's that beautiful riding style.
Conversely, Jack Miller, not known generally for the tyre staying underneath him, and now he's under pressure from Marco Bezzecchi, and Bez comes through on the Pramac Yamaha man who's done his job up to now. So, Bezzecchi unleashed as Zarco rides again. Is he going to go around the outside again? Yeah, of course he is. Johan Zarco loved that around the outside move.
No, it makes no sense.
He's into the pole position. New president of IRTA, Lucio Cecchinello, will be having kittens again down. We've got a Yamaha leading and a Aprilia second, a Honda third. This is the Ducati Cup that we are riding in here in the British Grand Prix.
I'm already thinking Zarco back-to-back wins. There you go. Just have a thought on that comment.
Still Quartararo is quicker than Bezzecchi and Zarco, in fact quicker than anyone apart from Marc Marquez on that last lap. Marc Marquez is 7.1 seconds behind Quartararo in this race.
Yeah, and still the gap at the front is extended, isn't it? To 5.3 seconds. You've nothing to lose. These are the tricky races when you're Alex Marquez.
Jack down to Stowe, levels Morbidelli. Morbidelli's just able to turn over the top of him though.
Yeah, when you're in a championship battle, these conditions are tricky because you don't want to risk too much.
Yeah, Alex Marquez, you can see behind.
You can see.
Just taking his time, as is Mark behind Joan Mir.
Yeah,
Hope Mir can bring it home.
Yeah,
as well.
If he does, it'll be the. What is it? He's brought it home twice in 11 Grand Prix. Again, that's just speed difference. All of a sudden, it's come across him, hasn't it, at the end of the straight? Here we go. He's going to have a look. Mir.
No. Got a little bit tight there as well, didn't it?
Oh dear. Mark's going to go up the inside into the loop. There we go.
Yeah.
Classic move here.
Oh, they've got history. Marquez and Mir. And Mir turns over the top. That's brave. That's brave from the 2020 world champion.
If you didn't already know this, they don't really get on, these two.
They were teammates, of course.
No, they weren't. they rode together for the same team. They were not teammates, Gav.
Colleagues. That's what we call each other, isn't it?
I like you.
Marc Marquez is in front of Joan Mir.
He made you speechless for once.
No, just leaving the pregnant pause. The gap at the front was under 5 seconds briefly, you know. Through sector 1 there, Neil. Was it 5.3, the biggest gap?
Yeah, there we go. So, and we talked about after 6 laps, that's what we saw with the front. That's when it started to mark up. So they've completed 7 laps now, and the gap's come down by 0.3 of a second. Let's keep our eye on the gap.
Ooh, Miller is being creative here in terms of his lines, trying to keep Alex Marquez at bay.
Standard Jack Miller lines. Just what can you do if you've got nothing to fight down the straights? Watch this now. You'll see in front. Alex Marquez will pull out the slipstream. Not quite close enough.
Mark, meanwhile, look at the left-hand side of Alex's rear tyre as well. That's
marked up really heavily.
Well.
Here we go. Mark up the inside of Alex.
They were talking yesterday, weren't they, when it's cooler temperatures here, like track temperatures 20s, mid-20s, that actually there is a tendency, there's like vibrations coming from the tyres, and grip is there, and if you start getting that spinning as well, that the tyres are working, you might be getting marks, you might be getting tearing up. Marcus's tyre looks so much better than
Yeah, it
this.
does. That looks a lot cleaner.
I want a shot of Fabio Quartararo and his tyres. That's what we need to see, I think, as we look back at Joan Mir on board with Alex Marquez. So Alex drops back to 7th, Marquez in 6th.
Yeah, that last lap, your leader Fabio Quartararo set a decent lap time. We've sort of it seems the gap's staying stable at about 5 seconds.
So we are not yet at half race distance. Another lap and we will be. Fabio Quartararo still leads by 5 from Marco Bezzecchi, who has dragged Johann Zarco away with him from Frankie Morbidelli. Zarco's personal best lap last go around. They are so much quicker, those on the soft tyre still, than those on the medium front. So Bezzecchi at 2:0, Quartararo 2:0, Zarco at 2:2, and then you go to Morbidelli, a 2:07. Marc Marquez 2:09, Alex Marquez 2:01.3, as Mark now finds a way through on Jack Miller. But look at him, he just has to run it deep in there. He's not willing to trail it, bring it down. Jack,
that would have been a move. And you can imagine, Jack, it's so annoying because it's just at the end of the straight. Every time there's a Ducati, just slides up the inside of him.
Is Alex going to get through this time? Yeah, I think he's going to show a bit of patience. Marc Marquez, what a day he's had.
Not over yet.
No.
Oh.
It looks like there's big tears there for Pecco. He's just furious, isn't he?
Sick to his stomach.
Look how pale he looked as well, didn't he? Alex Marquez here has had a moment.
He's been,
What's happened?
I think he went in deep, into Vale, and just got mugged.
Sorry, fastest lap alert of this race. Marco Bezzecchi, 1:59.7, 4/10 quicker than Fabio Quartararo. We're coming up to half race distance. The gap is now 4.7 with 10 laps still to go in this race. If he can take 4/10 a lap out of him, that's going to be very, very tight. Put it that way.
This next lap's really important because Fabio will get that information on his pit board. Can he respond? Actually, I've just looked at the first split. He's lost another 2/10 straight away. Yeah,
Bez is motoring here. This could be the shot in the arm that Aprilia need if he's able to fight back and win this one, as Pedro Acosta now comes through on Luca Marini. I remind you, Acosta's running the soft front tyre on his KTM.
How important for Aprilia, not just to win today, but with everything that's going on in the background, with their #1 rider who's still out injured, Jorge Martin. Rumours that he wants out of that contract. There's a get-out clause, allegedly. Like I said, we don't know the finer details.
His management say he doesn't want to get out, he just wants the probation period extended because he hasn't ridden. Aprilia say, no, as far as we're concerned, it's a 2-year contract. They also say hands off to any other manufacturer. But if Bezzecchi can show the Aprilia is competitive, then does that change the story?
You would have to say yes.
We always know it's going to be competitive around here, don't we?
The gap is coming down rapidly. At the front rapidly.
We're past the halfway point, 9.5 down, 9.5 to go. Pedro Acosta is coming through on the KTM.
Yeah, 9.5 to go. Yeah, a long way to go.
Yeah, 9.5 laps of Silverstone, that is.
Yeah, especially if you've got a soft front tyre on and it's starting to band.
We haven't seen anything of Quartararo in recent laps. I'd just like to have a look from off track at Quartararo. You know, I'd love to see it from the high motion camera or something, just to see what his tyre looks like.
Yeah, so 0.3 of a second. Marco Bezzecchi was faster on that lap. It's down to 4.4. Was it 5.7 at one point?
It was, yeah, right up there anyway, wasn't it? Oof. Time to catch our breath. We've got second half of the race to go. The first half of the race was about Quartararo streaking away. The second half is about him being hunted down by Marco Bezzecchi. We're not actually seeing them on track at the moment, as Frankie Morbidelli is now going to come under pressure from Marc Marquez. Levels him down towards Brooklands. Frankie's going to try and hang in down towards Luffield. Still Jack Miller clinging on, but Marquez now up into 4th place. The top runner now on the front, and definitely he's got a marked up left edge of tyre. Frankie Morbidelli's got a marked up left edge of rear tyre, that is. You can see it from here. What's the fronts like? really need to have a shot, don't we, at
They
some
don't
point?
look bad at speed. Sometimes you can see that darker edge where it's tearing, but it doesn't look too bad. But I guess the medium should be fine in these conditions, as in no tearing. Look at Mark through that part of the track where he crashed. He literally turns in now so late because you can see him hesitate. You can't blame him.
No, not at all. Oh, he's back behind now because of that.
That's because of that, exactly.
Down towards Stowe Corner. Breathless stuff here as Marc Marquez comes back at Frankie Morbidelli and reclaims fourth spot. They are 2.3 behind Johan Zarco, who could be in line for back-to-back podiums. Look at the edge of the tyre there as we go down towards Vale. One person who can ride when the tyre's gone off, it's Marc Marquez.
Yeah, it's tricky though when the front's not working.
Ooh. So the front, Neil, Quartararo's responded, was a tenth quicker than Bezzecchi on that last lap.
That's a good sign.
This was where Marc Marquez ran wide, is it? Top left, as the two factory Hondas duke it out. Yeah.
Oh, look at the rear right-hand side of Mia's tyre. Looks so dull, like proper banding, like real wear.
And it is the right-hand side of tyres that we normally see going here.
Yes, it is.
Because of all these fast right-handers. Yes, you've got Brooklands here, but now we're getting to Luffield. It's all acceleration. It's all through the wrist, in the edge of your tyre.
Yeah, from this point on, the exit of Luffield, it spins, literally, it spins all the way to Stowe. So it's spinning all the way through here, all the way, still spinning, loads spinning. And it's only until you get right on the, like, let's say on top of...
Oh no! What's happened with Fabio Quartararo? No! What's happened?
Is this ride-eye device stuck down?
Oh, I don't believe it. He's now second. And Marco Bezzecchi leads the British Grand Prix.
I can't believe this.
What has Fabio Quartararo done to deserve this? I think his ride-eye device is stuck down. What? Oh, as if it wasn't bad enough to crash out of your home Grand Prix. Lynn Jarvis watches on as a guest this weekend, but it's stuck down. It's on to the rear of the back. There's no rear mudguard, is there, on that Yamaha?
No.
He's sat on the rear tyre. And now, for Aprilia, Marco Bezzecchi leads the race. 14-1 at the start of the day for Marco Bezzecchi to win this one, and now he is at the front. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Your heart goes out.
I just can't believe what a strange race this has been. Think about what's happened so far. From the very first corner of the first start, I'm gutted for him.
No, we all are. We all are for Fabio Quartararo. He's in tears, and who can blame him there? They've worked so hard on getting that ride-eye device to match the others.
Yeah, so basically...
he's trying.
Yeah, it was going down into Brooklyn, so down the Wellington Straight, he'll engage it like everybody does, and then it's just not disengaged. So he tries to click it here in Luffield, it's still
breaking
down.
hard.
Imagine what's going through his head at that point.
Oh, your heart goes out to Fabio. Your heart goes out to Yamaha. It looked like we were going to break the Ducati streak again. Oh, the sheer agony for Fabio Quartararo, who has stopped out on the racetrack, on the home straight, parked his bike up. He did not deserve that. He didn't crash out of the first part of the race. He got back in. He's led them out all the way, and that is cruel. Cruel for Fabio. The marshal's going to open the gates so he can come in pit lane. Conversely, the gift has been handed to Marco Bezzecchi. He's running a bit of a Sex Pistols themed helmet, is Marco Bezzecchi. A bit of a punk anyway with his mullet style that he's got this weekend for Bez. And so could he be taking that to victory for Aprilia?
I mean, he's 6 and a bit laps to go. That tyre looks fine.
Yeah.
He looks smooth. He rides smooth anyway.
And he was 4/10 quicker than Zarco on the previous lap. Comfortable margin.
Yeah, it's gone up again on this lap as well.
Jack Miller has just put a personal best lap in, you know. He's sticking with Marc Marquez. So not all done for Yamaha just yet. Johan Zarco, who had on their bingo card back-to-back podiums for Zarco. My brain is going to be fried for the second week in succession.
Yeah, it's one of those races when afterwards, if someone said, I missed the race at the weekend, can you just quickly tell us what happened?
Have you got 40 minutes so I can go through it all over again?
I'll be like, order me a pint and then I'll talk you through it. That's going to take a while.
These two factory Hondas still battling for 8th and 9th. Not quite working for them. If you look at Zarco in second.
Yeah, I wonder what they think when they see Zarco's data as well.
Oh, I thought you were going to say when they see Zarco's results, what they're going to think. They're thinking he's coming for our ride.
Yeah, that's true.
Although I do think Zarco LCR, it just works, doesn't it?
Rider of the race. So
Marco Bezzecchi's come through from 10th on the grid.
It's a bit more difficult than, let's say, 2 weekends ago.
Absolutely. Marco Bezzecchi, perhaps, if he could take this to the line. Do you give it to Fabio Quartararo for the first half of the race that he's put in? I'm not sure Bezzecchi would have made it. Fabio's manager, Tom, into his ear. He will be saying, you are the winner of this race. You know that. You have done nothing wrong here today. From pole position. 3 in a row, of course, for Fabio. He was second in Spain, crashed out the lead in France, retires from the lead here. But the story at Yamaha is changing, there's no doubt about it.
That's so true. They've definitely turned a corner. And you see Fabio, he wears his heart on his sleeve. He's a very emotional kid. He's not doing that for TV. He's not doing it to see a bit of drama. He's absolutely devastated.
Creative line again from Morbidelli down into Stowe.
I've never seen Marquez, well, I was going to say look so open on a motorcycle, but we have obviously pre the injury, but he just does not look himself. He looks like he's riding at 80%. He looks so uncomfortable.
He actually has said yesterday that right-hand corners, the fast rights, it's since his injury that actually it means he feels like he's losing out. That plays a part in it. But he says, hey, I'm not looking for a sob story here. I'm fast enough around the other bits where it shouldn't matter. Marco Bezzecchi leads. Johan Zarco in second. Miller and Marquez were 0.3 quicker than Zarco on that last lap. Miller still hunting for a podium. Morbidelli's still there behind them.
Yeah, that group there, the Marquez group, they are coming forward. And Alex Marquez isn't too far back there.
Yeah, of course, let's think about the championship.
Exactly.
Mark leading from Alex by 19. If things stay the same, 16 points it will be to Marc Marquez. It'll be 10 to Alex, so that will go back out to 25 points between the brothers. Yeah, good from the crowd to give Quartararo a rousing applause. He's a popular character wherever we go in the world, Fabio. Doesn't deserve what he's had today.
So Marco Bezzecchi sits 10th in the championship. Can you believe that? Had a terrible year, really. It's not what we expected. Actually, pre-season testing went well for him. He jumped on that Aprilia, and I remember at the last test in Thailand, had one of the best race paces, but just it did not happen for him at all.
Could go up into the top 7 if he were to win today, as Miller fights back again. But what he's seen is that Frankie's wide every single time into Stowe, and just gets pretty good on the brakes anyway, Jack, and that Yamaha is good. Morbidelli's going to come back past him here late interval. He's got to run wide. Miller will try and ride around the outside. The Ducati will turn back underneath him. It's like certain corners are working.
And now he's a sitting duck, isn't he? Look at that, because he didn't get a good exit, unfortunately, and then you get to the braking zone and you've been levelled.
Miller back to 6th now, behind Alex Marquez. He also will be having front tyre problems. He's going to come back. His old sparring partner, remember the battles they had like this in Moto 3?
Yeah, 2014. That was a good year.
Miller's rear tyre is not too bad. Intrigued to see the front though.
See, he just lost a bit of grip there as he was sort of short shifting through the gearbox. Sometimes it can do that when the rear's spinning. And then speed difference.
Oh, Jack trying everything he can.
Trying to tough it out, but you always end up losing out. And that's all you can hope
that happens. Wow.
Class move.
Brilliant from Miller.
Yeah.
That's superb. He just saw Alex coming, turned underneath him, and then put his bike. Made sure his bike was right in the road for Alex.
So Marquez is definitely closing in on Zarco. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
No, it's only a couple of tenths a lap.
Yeah, with three and a half laps to go.
Yeah.
Alex Marquez really wide there. Pedro's had a decent race.
Yeah, he's come through. Some strong comments from him about the performance of the KTM yesterday. Talk of him, wasn't there, about him trying to get out of his contract with KTM. Shares a manager, I will say, before Martin. Lots of stories emanating from the Playmaker agency at the moment. End of the straight there for Pedro Acosta. You're looking at about 210 miles an hour down there. Into Vale. Meanwhile, top left, Marco Bezzecchi's already coming through Club and crossing the line now. Well, the winner, shall you say, people's winner, perhaps, of the British Grand Prix today, Fabio Quartararo, but on paper, it's probably going to say Marco Bezzecchi. Pedro Acosta's just had a track limits warning pop up.
Thriller again.
Yeah.
And that's the card, that's his hand, isn't it? That's what he can do. He can throw it up the inside.
Making his bike wide, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. But fortunately, you come out of this corner of the loop, then through Aintree, and then you're onto quite a long straight, the Wellington straight, and then the Ducati will just mirror signal manoeuvre, get alongside him in the braking zone.
Oh, Miller does great again, doesn't he? Oh, you can see it just protesting as he drops it down into Brooklands. This is the battle for 5th place. Still at the floor, and that's going to cost Miller drive up towards Cox. Alex Marquez will pull to the inside. Will he be able to get through? He's going to put the bike there, and Miller's not going to have a choice. He's going to have to sit up. He'll have to allow Pedro Acosta to come through as well. Poor old Miller. It feels like he's a sitting duck now. Oh, Acosta up to 6th, Miller to 7th.
Marquez so wide then, again through that corner where he crashed earlier. So wide, he lost a load of time to Morbidelli. He had a bit of a gap on him, and Morbidelli will be on the back of it. Let's see, straight away.
And he's closing quite quickly. On that previous lap was 3/10 quicker than Zarco. Yeah, those tyres at the front are looking a little bit second hand.
Yeah, look at the marking there.
All the rubber on the belly pan as well.
Yeah. Great shot.
That explains perhaps why in certain corners, for example, the left's okay and then some of the rights started to struggle, and why Marc Marquez now 1.3 behind Zarco and sensing perhaps another 4 points if he can get in front of the Frenchman. 2 laps remaining as they cross the line. 1.2 the gap between Marc Marquez and Johann Zarco. Still, Marco Bezzecchi leads on the Aprilia, who haven't won since the Circuit of the Americas last year, and Maverick Vinales.
Yeah, in any other normal race, I think Marquez is going to do this. He'll throw everything at it, but today's not the day. He's got his brother behind him. He knows, obviously, Bagnaya's behind him. He doesn't probably know that Bagnaya's crashed out, so why risk in these tricky conditions where you know it's so easy to watch the front? I think he'll be just pleased that, like I say, his main rivals are behind him, and he'll just take another podium.
Marco Bezzecchi's last win, anyone? Off the top of your head?
Oh.
Remember on the VR46? India, 23.
No way. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, it was impressive there that weekend.
How hot it was as well.
That was hot. Very similar to these conditions.
Yeah,
very similar.
Almost identical.
That literally, it was 40 degrees.
Almost complete opposite, wasn't it?
Yeah, but the problem was, right, so in India, it was that hot that the tyres were so overheating that you'd zero grip. Here, it's obviously way too cold, that the tyres aren't quite working, getting up to temperature, so you've zero grip. So what have we learned? Bez is good when there's no grip.
Yeah. The Aprilia also around a fast-flowing circuit like this. The gap between Zarco and Marquez comes down again, but it's probably not going to be enough. And this is another fantastic ride from the Frenchman on the LCR Castrol Honda.
his stock value's not doing bad, is it, Gav?
What, the veteran, the 34-year-old, the oldest man in MotoGP?
What, the guy who, when he signed for LCR and Honda, I criticised and said, what a mistake.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have done that.
Well, he's changed, I will say.
Yeah.
Feels like, even at 34, he's been able to change his attitude, hasn't he? And he says it himself.
We're going to have a good last lap here because Frankie Morbidelli, who's not shy, has closed in on Marc Marquez. Frankie can smell the podium. He's nothing to lose. He'll go for it.
And he's 3/10 quicker than Marc. Here he comes. Here it is. Down into Village, and Frankie Morbidelli comes past Marc Marquez. Marc will try and ride over the top of him, and that is Marc Marquez to a T right there. He just gave it a little bit extra throttle between the two corners and said, no, Frankie, you are not coming through here, and laid the bike in front of him.
Yeah, but what we learned, Frankie will be, Frankie's so much stronger through these fast rights where Marc's been struggling.
Oh.
Super defensive from Marc, but he'll lose time by doing that.
It's going to be in
Vale.
But I was going to say Beckett's, where, you know, where Marc keeps running wide. Marc's going to have to take a risk if he wants to hang on. Does he take that risk? So Marco Bezzecchi comes up towards Cops Corner. There's a battle still raging on behind Woodcote between Marquez and Morbidelli.
And
Morbidelli's attacking it. Oh, late one, isn't it? But he's got to run wide, but he's got in front now. And Alex Marquez coming into this one now behind. This is the battle for third place in the bronze medal as Marco Bezzecchi rounds through Beckett's towards Chapel. He's got 4 seconds in his back pocket over Johan Zarco. Zarco will get second. What's going on behind though? Morbidelli has struggled into Stowe.
Oh, Marc's got a good drive. He's in the slipstream. He's definitely going to go to the inside.
Here we go. And he levels. Oh, that's just classic, isn't it? Marc Marquez, he just levelled in there. Gave Morbidelli no shot, but Morbidelli's going to get the run down towards Vale. Marc's going to hunt the inside to try and give Morbidelli no opportunity.
Morbidelli's lunging.
Of course he is, from miles back. And Morbidelli's going to take Marquez, who
Marquez is going to
ride underneath him. Marco Bezzecchi wins the British Grand Prix for Aprilia. Marc Marquez is going to take third. Johan Zarco is going to be second across the line.
Wow.
Just Marquez takes third from Morbidelli. Alex Marquez is fifth. And Massimo Rivola and Aprilia have had a horrible couple of weeks. And Marco Bezzecchi has delivered them a Grand Prix victory they were not expecting from 10th on the grid. They win for the first time in well over a year. What a day we have had at the British Grand Prix.
Oh man, that's absolutely incredible. I'm so pleased for Aprilia. I'm devastated for Yamaha and Fabio Quartararo. What a race, what a great last lap.
Marco Bezzecchi wins for Aprilia. Heartbreak for Quartararo and Yamaha. Tears down there for the Aprilia team. We have got so much to get through. When we come back, we'll analyse the best, if we can, we've got enough time, of the British Grand Prix, where Marco Bezzecchi is your race winner.
Entire cover bike and multi-bike insurance sponsors MotoGP championships on TNT Sport.
TNT Sports, powered by Endura.
This is what we've waited for. All those nights under the lights.
What an atmosphere.
The air is thick with emotion.
Strap yourselves in.
The whole world holding its breath. That second that lives forever. This is it. Expect greatness. The UEFA Finals, live on TNT Sports.
Weeds. Hello, mate. They really are relentless little blighters. They'll keep coming back unless you act fast. Resolver Express gives you quick, visible results, working on contact to get rid of weeds in no time at all. Resolver your weed problem with Resolver Express.
At Mattress Man, we know we all sleep differently. You could say we really know our stuff. You tell us all about your sleep and we guide you softly to the right mattress. Through top brands like Silent Night and Arthur, you find the right one for your pocket. We deliver it for free and you try it for 60 nights. And now, with 15% off all our mattresses, trust Mattress Man to find your perfect sleep. Go to mattressman.co.uk.
Here we are.
Ah. You know how we're covered by Sun Life's guaranteed over 50 plan?
You don't look covered.
Thinking about your future as got us thinking about our own.
We're becoming naturists.
When our time comes, there'll be a guaranteed cash payout.
Can we use it for counselling?
And there are no medical questions either. Those things can be so awkward.
Oh, Fluffy.
Search Sunlight Plan today and get a free gift card.
With holiday rentals and hotels, Booking.com has something for everyone.
See so. You got anything more boutique?
But of course, right this way.
Now we're talking.
What about something more family-friendly?
How about a holiday home? Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
TNT Sports, powered by Moto.
Entire cover bike and multi-bike insurance sponsors MotoGP Championships on TNT Sport.
Welcome back to the British Grand Prix, where Marco Bezzecchi is celebrating with his team. Victory in the Grand Prix, and rider down, but he is okay. He is okay, and simply the Bez is his nickname. Marco, he was simply brilliant today. The 11th different winner of the British Grand Prix. You know what? It's very British, isn't it? That you wait for a non-Ducati winner and two come along at once.
That's how it works sometimes.
Honda and Johan Zarco last time in France, and now in Aprilia with Marco Bezzecchi.
Two really strange races back to back.
It was like a wet race today, wasn't it, in a way?
It's exactly what it was like. It's exactly what it was like. And there were some tyre gambles, weren't there? Like you see in a wet race sometimes.
I bet Lucio Cecchinello wasn't expecting to have to pay out another podium bonus here today.
And he won't mind, I tell you. That is a fact.
They see that sort of, it says God save the Bez on top of his helmet today. A bit of a Sex Pistols vibe, guitars on it, with his new mullet hairstyle this weekend. Fifth consecutive different winner of the season, which is good, isn't it? To say that we came into this championship and we've all talked about Mark Marquez going to win 22 out of 22.
Yeah.
He was no chance for him today. Just wonder if a soft option front was ever a possibility. That's an interesting question. I'm sure Nat will try and pose to him later. Aprilia in the doldrums at the moment. Their lead rider, Aprilia's #1 employee, according to some reports, is want away. And yet their #2 employee, Marco Bezzecchi, has delivered them a race win.
Yeah, their first victory for over a year, way back in Austin with Maverick Vinales. So, and the bike looked great. It looked fantastic yesterday. We saw it. What does the Aprilia do? The DNA of the Aprilia, it turns well on fast corners.
There's a few of them around Silverstone. Meanwhile, while we're looking at these celebrations, let's just have a moment for Fabio Quartararo, who led the lion's share of that race.
Yeah, the 5-second lead when he's obviously bike let him down. And it's a strange one. The ride height device to fail. Yes, we've seen it happen, but it's rare. Just got stuck down.
And we have had tyre pressure warnings come up. But you'll be pleased to know, well, you might not be if you're a Luca Marini fan, but Marini, Bastianini, Lorenzo Savadori and Somkiat Chantra are the riders under investigation. Just to clear that up, none of the top 7. Sport can be cruel. 2 races in a row, it's delivered a blow to Fabio Quartararo, but he will come back, and that's why he's a champion.
It's going to be nice to see Bez smile. He has looked miserable all year, hasn't he? We see him around the paddock. He's not seen himself at all. In fact, he's been hiding away. You don't see him that much.
Talking to MotoGP.com, Massimo Rivola, this is a message.
it. So, yeah, you know what's going to be handed out if you don't listen to the boss. And Simons, he's going down hard on them, and it has to be done.
Chief Stewart, of course, former Grand Prix winner Simon Crafar, and here in the UK, of course. There's history back of the grid at this race. David Alonso, remember that? 2023, his first Grand Prix win was here. Brad Binder did it, 2016, from the back of the grid. Pedro Acosta, of course, in Doha, 2021, won from pit lane. Can Rueda do it here?
And the pace he's had this weekend and in recent rounds, it's a tough one to bet against. Obviously, it's usually a group battle here at Silverstone. He's got to make inroads on the early laps and make sure he stays in touch.
Last year, the top 7 were covered by half a second, so that should tell you the story about how much this race is going to bunch together. What about the conditions? We've seen the wind cause problems in terms of the tyres for the other categories. What about here in Moto 3, though? Is the wind about the tyres, or is it more about how the bikes feel?
Yeah, more about how the bike's going to be pushed about and how the slipstream effect when you're in a bunch group and all of a sudden you get a massive draft thanks to the wind. But yeah, tyres, less of an issue. Pirellis are quite versatile in the cold and cool conditions. You might get a bit of cold tearing, a bit of banding, but yeah, they should hold up well.
Just explain that to people at home about drafting in the wind. It just seems to have more effect.
Yeah, if you've got a headwind down this long hanger straight and you've got 2 bikes in front, they're hitting a headwind and you're just getting a massive suck from behind. You get a 2-bike draft and you just go straight past them. It provides such a benefit. So we're going to see it here. And it typically keeps the group together when you've got a windy track and a lot of these little bikes. 60 brake horsepower, it's hard to push through that headwind.
There is Alvaro Carpe, rookie this year, was on the podium at the opening round in Thailand. He's been there or thereabouts. He was 4th in France. He sits 6th in the championship, and he starts from pole position for the very first time. Alongside him, Angel Piqueras, who has already won twice this year. He's in 2nd. David Almanza has a long lap penalty to take, but has had really good pace throughout the weekend. But will have to go through the loop at Luffield once in this race. And Joel Kelso in 4th. Remember, Jose Antonio Rueda, the championship leader, starts from the back, and with Silverstone's wide open track, Moto 3 is about to burst into life. Remember, we've got the long straights. Nothing is going to be certain around here today with the Rueda coming from the back. Hold on, because after what we've seen in Moto 2 and MotoGP, this one has got chaos written all over it. We're ready to go. We have got 15 laps of Moto 3 in the British Grand Prix, and when the lights go out, we are underway in a really good start from Carpe. Everyone on the front row, in fact, got away well. Quiles from the 2nd row got the best of starts, perhaps, from back there, but it's as they were down into turn 1 as Carpe leads. I'm looking at Rueda, already past 5 through the first couple of corners at the back, but Carpe leads them down into village for the first time.
Quiles down the inside of Almanza, not this time, but yeah, as all situation normal through the loop as well, bunching up a little bit there in the middle of the pack.
Good moves from Valentin Perone. He goes up into 6th place, so the Argentine already up a couple of spots ahead of David Munoz, who's gone backwards. Joel Kelso's there in 5th place, but it's Carpe from Almanza. Piqueras is in 3rd. Almanza's got the drive on Carpe down towards Brooklands. Quiles in turn comes past on Piqueras. That will allow Kelso perhaps to ride through as Piqueras goes. He's forced really wide there. He's going to drop in behind Luca Lunetta. Chu don't fit in there, and Lunetta forced to sit up by the aggression of Piqueras early on.
Yeah, Piqueras doesn't give an inch, does he? Luca Lunetta trying to lean on him, but yeah, Angel Piqueras forcing the issue there around Luffield.
Rueda already up to 19. Just keep an eye on him, top of your picture. He is on the number 99 as Quiles now comes up into 2nd. What an exciting talent this young rookie is. As Dennis Podger, previous British Grand Prix winner, is out of the race by the looks of things. Down there at Brooklands, Luffield, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it looks like it's a technical. He was going toe-to-toe with Scott Ogden through entry. You can just see Scott. He's tagged onto this group, the green machine there, back in 13th on the leaderboard at the moment. This is good for Scott Ogden. The boys did say he's got the pace for top 5 today.
Yeah, he's got to be aggressive though, hasn't he, to move up through this order as Almanza takes charge down the hanger straight. Look at him hugging the white line on the inside. That's because of the slipstream effect that Michael was talking about before the start of this race. Carpe on the inside of Quiles, down into Stowe corner. Favourite move here. Who's going to run a little bit wide through there? Peroni ever so slightly. They come round down towards Vale for the very first time. And Almanza's going to hang on, but Quiles straight away back at Carpe. Lunetta and Kelso side by side in there. Across the line at the end of the first lap is David Almanza leading. Perone up, forced out wide there as Quartararo came through. And remember, Almanza does have a long lap penalty to take.
Yeah, David Almanza's looked good all weekend. Strong pace for the Leopard rider. The Honda works good around this fast-flowing racetrack. There is Jose Antonio Rueda, who could well be a threat for victory yet. He's having to make his way through, which he's not often having to do on Stefano Nepa down in 18th.
Whoa! Lunetta so tight on the inside there, just rammed it onto the side of Joel Kelso's bike, and Kelso, the Australian, forced to sit up. So, as Almanza leads them, it's all going off behind. Rueda still down in 17th place, but just steadily making his way into this race. 3 seconds down on the leaders.
There's the first signal for Ryusei Yamanaka. Will he kick it early here? The double long black penalty, the first time of asking it is. Almanza straight round.
See, I'm intrigued by that. I thought Almanza might have saved it for a couple of laps, try and open up the gaps as much as possible. Now he's going to have a whole host of riders in front of him as he rejoins behind Scott Ogden, actually, in 12th place. So not too bad as Rueda on Rusey Hootley and Cormac Buchanan, actually it was, who he went through there, the Kiwi. So he's up to 16th now.
I think that's worked okay for David Almanza. He's on the back of the lead group and he's got the pace to work his way through them. He'll use the draft and he'll pick off a couple lap on lap. So yeah, not too bad. Kelso gets
Joel Kelso, that was aggressive from Kelso and Maggots. He just leant, didn't he, on Lunetta. Lunetta just forced to roll out of it. Jacob Ralston's having a really good start to this race as well.
As is Nicolo Carraro up in 7th, the number 10 for the Sniper squad. You can see the yellow machine in. We've not seen him in a front group battle at any point in his Moto3 career.
Oh, good to see. Right, so down towards Stoke Corner, it's Quiles from Carpe. It's Kelso who's there in 3rd. Luca Lunetta slides through. Makes his presence felt. You know, we've seen this from Lunetta, very similar to Pini that we talked about last time out in France. They are aggressive riders. And talking of aggressive, David Munoz alert up to 4th into Vale.
Makes his presence felt as soon as he joins any battle at the front of the pack. But David Munoz, he was controlled in terms of his aggression in Le Mans, but he will be looking to deliver here today. He's already getting the run here on Carpe up towards turn 1.
Further back down the order, David Almanza still behind Scott Ogden, but he's about to go through. Jose Antonio Rueda is just slightly off. He's about 9 cents per second behind Almanza, so if he can get back onto that front group, he's still in this race, the championship leader. So tight in that group. Angel Piqueras is, for once, being beaten up himself. It's Valentin Perone this time, as Piqueras goes backwards again.
Unusual to see Piqueras lose positions like this in the early laps. Maybe he's just keeping his powder dry, but usually he'll always fight back and stay within the top 5 of any group.
Into Brooklands, Quiles takes, foot off the outside foot plate there, made me nervous as he brings it back round for Luffield. Lunetta is in 2nd place. There is Rueda on the 99. Yamanaka chucked in behind him. Yamanaka will have another long lap penalty to take.
Just looking at Vicente Perez, I think it was, running out onto the gravel on the exit of Luffield. He stayed in touch just about the number 32 machine.
Jacob Ralston making manoeuvres through on Nicolo Carraro, through Cox Corner, down towards Maggots. It's such a fantastic part of the racetrack to watch. And side by side, Lunetta, Quiles, 3 into 1, do not fit. Oh, this is scaring me, just watching them through the complex. But Lunetta hangs on in 2nd place. Still, Quiles leads them. Munoz still in 3rd. Kelso, a watching brief in 4th. But it's one of these where you want to be out front, don't you? Because there is some chaos behind.
Yeah, it's almost safer to be right at the head of the pack. Quiles is strong on the brakes. He's good through the direction changes there. And actually, top speed-wise, he's hanging in. No one able to draft him on this occasion, but yeah, it won't always be the case. He is a little wide there, and Stowe does open the door for the gaggle to all get up the inside.
Yeah, and Lunetta was laying on top of Kelso, but he returned the favour that he had from the lap back, and Kelso now is going to be sitting duck on the outside. Lunetta from miles back there. Carpe hangs on and comes through on Kelso, and it's David Munoz now who leads the British Grand Prix from Quiles, who's in 2nd place across the line. Carpe is 3rd. That's Perone there, up to 5th place. An excellent start for the Argentine. And into Abbey. Whoa, through turn 1 for Valentin Perone as he goes through and up into 4th.
Yeah, good for Perone, the young Argentine. He's obviously a rookie in this class with very little Moto3 experience. He's rode European Talent Cup and Red Bull rookies prior to this season. No one had him down by this point of the season, already battling right at the very forefront.
Pass or be passed here in Moto3. real harem-scarum stuff at the start of this British Grand Prix. Meanwhile, left-hand side of your screens, in the tower, Jose Antonio Rueda can ride on board with him. That's Scott Ogden in front of him, and he's just set fastest lap of the race for Rueda. He is 7 tenths quicker than the leaders. At one point he was 3 seconds behind. He's now 1.7 behind the leaders as Yamanaka goes for his second long lap penalty. He just rides through the leg of Guido Pini there, Jose Antonio Rueda.
Yeah, wasting no time whatsoever. You can see Furosato's come with him. He's looking up the inside of Pini through Woodcote. But yeah, Jose Antonio Rueda's there now. He's pretty much in the group battle.
Almanza's done well, isn't he? He's back in it now. He's made up a couple of spots on this lap. Through on Lunetta by the looks of things. No, Lunetta's got back in front of him. Here's Kelso! Wow, Kelso is so strong into Maggots.
Yeah, multi-bike draft up the slight incline towards Maggots, and he just toughs it out before they grab the brakes and shift back the gears and change direction.
You think there's only one line through the complex, but it's like they're riding side by side through there.
Yeah, Moto 3, they can't fit through there too, maybe sometimes 3 abreast. It is brave stuff from all these riders.
Kelso then with Quiles behind. You wouldn't think that Quiles was probably a foot taller, it feels like, than Joel Kelso, but Kelso does hang on down into Stowe Corner. Kelso no stranger now to leading races, and I wonder if Joel can try and stretch them out here, because this group race is not helping anyone at the sharp end. It's bringing Jose Antonio Rueda back in as Lunetta again. Kelso's down out the lead on the exit of the Bell chicane, trying to push on the pace, and the Aussie, well, for the first time this year, well, actually since Thailand, he's blinked.
It was weird as he was changing direction. Something happened, whether he lost the front, we need to see it from a head-on shot, but quite a strange pace to crash.
Meanwhile, David Almanza, despite his long lap penalty, is already in the mix here. I'll never forget when David Alonso won the Grand Prix from the back of the grid, the strange outside, round the outside lines that he was running, like Piqueras a little bit there.
Yeah, Piqueras was all the way around the outside as he just takes Lunetta and Almanza into the loop. But yeah, he passed 2 on the brakes down the outside. Get creative from nowhere way. He's really strong on the brakes, but yeah, weird way to take it.
That's a strange one, isn't it? That's just like it went as he's trying to move it over, front wheel off the ground.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah,
it was a little wheelie. Yeah, he's just hung onto the throttle, picked the front up, and unfortunately overbalanced without his body fully over there. So yeah.
Oh, and Luca Lunetta just running through the side of David Munoz. There's a little bit of liquid down on the racetrack, that would suggest there. So I wonder, that'll be a penalty for Lunetta, I'm almost certain of it, causing another rider's crash. Let's hope there isn't too much liquid on the racetrack.
Yeah, we've seen those close passes in the middle of Luffield this weekend, but there was a small door open. Munoz was coming back onto the line, and Lunetta barged his way through.
Lunetta is a little bit wild at times. We've seen that when we've watched him through rookies, and I've got a feeling he's going to have a penalty coming his way for that. But what's he got on his helmet as well? Something happened there when he's had a collision. Just looked like something's been dislodged there. Let's have a look again, Michael. This is
slight door ajar, but unfortunately Lunetta went so aggressive through the inside and just hooked the handlebar of Munoz. And I feel for David Munoz there. He's quite the innocent party.
He is, and there you can see the gap there, and Lunetta there just rides through.
Yeah, it's almost with careless abandon. He's opened the throttle into the side of him. I do think Simon Crapar is going to give an in-race penalty here for Lunetta. It will be a long lap, I do imagine.
Yeah, and David Munoz, though, when you've had your card marked by that many people,
this is the problem.
This is what happens. People are going to come at you, and it's happened. It's not the first time it's happened to him this year.
Yeah, the grass is long, and the boys always remember, and they owe you one back.
But you have to say, innocent party in that today. So, meanwhile, we try and gather our thoughts. Yeah, I'm not for long though, because Jacob Ralston is a bit deep through there. It is Quiles leading, Lunetta second for now. There is the number 12, Jacob Ralston, with Jose Antonio Rueda up into 9th place now. Furasato 10th, Perez 11th, Ogden is back in 12th.
Yamanaka's still on the group as well after his 2 long lap penalties, so he all the way down to 14th. We've got a group battle here.
Furasato coming through, he qualified, he didn't even get through Q1, did he? In 19th, but this is what Furasato does when it comes to races.
Yeah.
Just gets stuck in, doesn't he?
He does, and you could see him coming through from there. He's on the softer tyres. The Honda seems to like the softer, the SC1 option. Most of these guys in the group are on the SC2 tyres, but yeah, Furasano's making his way through here. He's making another move up the inside of Rulston into Copse. I think he's done it cleanly.
I didn't think my heart could take another race after what we've witnessed in Moto2 and in MotoGP, but here we go again, side by side, into the complex once more, and Peroni, Rueda in front of the Argentine. So Rueda now up into 7th place, Michael, from the back of the grid, ladies and gentlemen. I will remind you, Rueda is in the fight to win this Grand Prix. We're not even at half race distance.
Yeah.
We've got a long lap come up on our timing screens. Surprise, surprise, it is for Luca Lunetta.
Yeah, he was a bit too aggressive on Munoz, and then later in the lap, you've seen how aggressive he was on the direction change at Baggett's and Beckett's. But yeah, it is, I think, a justified penalty. He will take it quickly, I would imagine, so he can stay in touch with this group.
Something on Lunetta's helmet. I can't quite work out. Is it a sticker that's coming in? One of the like little fins that he's got on the side of his helmet.
The vent's got dislodged. He's either headbutted something or
David Munoz.
contact. Yeah, perhaps David Munoz.
Maybe that happened prior to his move on the Spanish rider, but he is going to have to do a long lap penalty. There's Guidini on the top of the championship leader. And this is the problem, isn't it, for Rueda as well in this situation? It's so risky when you're in the middle of the pack. The shuffle again, Carpe runs a little bit wide, and so Almanza will do exactly the right thing and ride underneath him and come through on the rookie.
I've got a feeling about Almanza here.
Yeah, he looked good all weekend, didn't he?
Yeah, but for David Almanza, this looks very settled, very in control, not making any mistakes at the moment, and worked his way back through the pack after his long lap penalty, and he's back exactly where he needs to be.
Lunetta's taking that long lap loop now around the outside of Luffield. It's a long, long way around. Look at it, you have to not cross the white line at any point, so he'll just lose contact ever so slightly with the group, but he is put to the back of it.
He should be able to get across to Nicolo Quartararo, so dropped all the way down to 14th, but not too bad. As we've seen, it is possible here to use the draft to good effect and get back into contention.
Down towards Maggots, this is the bit that's scaring me more than any. Keela is hanging on, Almanza in second. Behind you've got Alvaro Carpe, who started this race in pole. His left elbow is quite interesting, the way Carpe rides, and he has this sort of unique style there with his elbows out, I've noticed. Saw it earlier around Abbey. And now Almanza is going to take over at the front, it looked like. Yes,
yeah.
Got in front of Max Keeles. Almanza now leads.
A little mistake from Keeles, I didn't see.
I think more than anything, Almanza was getting the runs. He rode around the outside of him. I think he ran deep previously in Beckett. Oh, look at that, wide, really, really wide for Piqueras.
Who's just joined the party? Vicente Perez. I've seen him almost run into the gravel out of Luffield earlier in the race. There he is, number 32, just in behind Peroni. We've not seen Vicente up there in a long time.
Keeles. Oh, he's right over the curb on the inside, and that's going to allow Guido Pini to come through. They've got history from the rookies. In fact, a lot of these riders have history from the rookies races.
Yeah, they all know each other through the junior ranks, Red Bull Rookies events that take place in MotoGP. So there's a long history that runs deep, even through Junior GP, and sometimes the mini bikes and Moto4 and all the previous series that they will have raced each other in.
Furasato's up to 7th place now, right to the back. He loves a scrap like this. Getting their money's worth anyway here at Silverstone, the fans who turned up today.
Usually we start with the Moto3 and it's normally the best race of the day and tough to beat, but we've had two crackers before Moto3 and this one's living up to the billing as well. It's always good when you've got a 14 bike battle. The wind is definitely going to keep this group together, and the slipstream effect will pay off so much at the end of the race.
For British fans, Scott Ogden further back, he's in 12th, still in this group, 1.5 seconds behind. He just needs to get his elbows out at some point in this race. As Neil put the gauntlet down, wasn't it, to get involved?
Yeah.
Just have to start doing it and start to feel it, because he's got the pace. We haven't quite seen him. There he is on the green bike, just at the back.
Yeah, you can see he's going to have Lunetta for company very soon, and if Scott can come through, use the slipstream, sharpen those elbows. You see outside foot coming off there as he gives way to Keeles on his inside there, but yeah, sensible thing to do, although you don't want to roll off.
Jose Antonio Rueda with that drag down towards Maggots, through Copse and then into Maggots. Sorry, that was my jaw dropping to the floor as Alvaro Carpe went in front of Jose Antonio Rueda through Beckett.
Yeah, lent on him from the outside, but confidence from Carpe today.
I would like to try and pick my overtake of the day. Look how tight that is on the inside for Carpe. On the white line, down towards Stowe Corner. Surely it can't finish like this. There is just so much aggression at every single juncture at the moment. Into Vale, still Almanza leads them. Carpe in second as Quiles launches it from downtown.
Almanza stretching a small advantage, but it's just because of the battle as they entered Vale with a little mistake, I think, from Quiles, Peroni. They were just scrapping a little too hard.
Piqueras keeping his powder dry, isn't he? He's got, if you want aggressive moves, wait till Angel Piqueras decides to get stuck in.
Which he typically does in the last third of the race.
Big leg out from Yamanaka. He's had a double long lap penalty, remember, and he's still in the mix for this race. Peroni comes back in front of Quiles. I will remind you as well, Jose Antonio Rueda started from the back of the grid. But I'd say double long lap is almost a bigger penalty.
Yeah, you would say so in the race. So Jose Antonio has been able to just use the draft of each bike and work his way forward, whereas in the double long lap you do lose those 3 seconds or more sometimes around here, and then you got to work hard to get back across. So yeah, that's been a 6-second disadvantage to Yamanaka, but he's right in contention and ahead of his teammate at the moment.
So Almanza from Carpe, we are 6.5 laps to go, lap 9 of 15. And we are no closer to knowing who's going to take victory in the final race of the programme here at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Delays after the restarted MotoGP race, but thank goodness that we have got this Moto3 race going, because it is a humdinger already. Almanza, look at that, Carpe, I thought he was about to ride around the outside of him again, through Beckett's. To the right hand, and then he'll fire it left. You've got to get a good run through the inside curve down towards Stowe on the hanger straight.
Two Japanese riders together. Furasado's been quiet for his standards so far in this race, but he's worked his way forward as Yamanaka looking for a move on the inside of Furasado. I'm looking at the head of the field now, and oh so close between Quiles and the KTM boys right through the middle of Stowe Corner.
Quiles is a talent, isn't he? I'll remind you, he's just in his 4th Grand Prix start, and he is something special. No wonder Aspar was so desperate to wait. Sorry, 3rd Grand Prix start, my apologies. Took pole, of course, last time out in France, 2nd on the grid in Circuit of the Americas. His 2 results so far have been a 5th and a 7th. Surely that first podium isn't going to be too far away, because we are seeing some really aggressive and successful riding at the moment.
Peroni's impressed me here.
Yeah.
The number 73, he's on the Tech 3 KTM down the inside of Maximo Quiles. He looked like he was looking for an overtake down the outside as he braked into Village, but then used it to roll around the outside and steal the line away at the loop.
Look, when you said before, he has not raced in the Junior World Championship. He's come from the Uni Rookies. He's done the European Talent Cup. How do you put that into perspective? How do you relate that to people at home?
Yeah,
what's the European Talent Cup in comparison to this?
The European Talent Cup was maybe 18 brake horsepower less, but they're a production-based Moto3 bike. It's a slightly lower level of Moto3 racing, but it's every bit as scrappy. Though you come into these Moto3 bikes, you got to learn how to set up the engine brake, the slipper clutch. They're a bit more advanced and a bit more horsepower to deal with. Obviously the rookies' bikes are similar enough in terms of the stature and build, but they're not as powerful and not as racy as the Moto3 Grand Prix bike. So hey, he's coming in as a proper wet behind the ears rookie, and he's having to figure things out, and he's doing so on the hop. Look, there's
3 of them abreast in there, and it's Peroni has to roll out because Rueda tops it out. So Rueda on the 99 up into 3rd place. Still Almanza leads. Then Piqueras is starting to work his way towards the front now. At the back of the group, Scott Ogden just being dropped off. He and Ralston not able to keep the pace with this front group. Bringing up the last of the point scoring positions, 9 seconds further back, Cormac Buchanan is in 15th.
That's a shame for Scott, and I did expect he and Ralston to have the pace to hang on. Quartararo's just the last one in contact with this group, but yeah, that's it's obviously a long way to go yet. If Scott can get through on Ralston and maybe get back across.
Wow, Carpe riding around the outside, and now Pini coming into it. as well. This is blink and you miss it stuff in the Moto3 Grand Prix of the United Kingdom. 5 laps remaining. Which way is it going to go? Jose Antonio Rueda already won 4 races this year. Technical problem, because he probably would have won in Qatar, but technical problem ruled him out there a couple of laps from the end. Of course, he was 3rd in Argentina. Looked imperious this year. 29 points clear of Piqueras in the championship, but now they are side by side on the racetrack. Piqueras around the outside.
This is what Piqueras does.
Wow.
We're looking 5 laps to go, and he clicks it up a gear. He just joins the party, gets aggressive, leaning on top of Rueda from the outside. Wasn't prepared to give an inch. And look at this down the inside. Carpe set the fastest laps here on Friday as a real newbie around Silverstone. He's been impressive from the outset. He's a little wide here, leaving the door open, and Quiles is going to look at it, but yeah, not enough room on that occasion. Quiles thought better of it, and he did give best.
Set a new all-time lap record, didn't he, Carpe, on Friday afternoon, a 209.1. They're racing in 211s, although Piqueras just dropped. The personal best lap for Piqueras on that last lap, personal best for Carpe. You feel like there's still margin, as at the front, Alvaro Carpe takes over once more, having started from pole position. It's Almanza in second, and Quiles alongside him into the right-hander. Now Angel Piqueras is in front of us. We are riding on board with the championship leader, Jose Antonio Rueda, who started at the back of the grid.
Out of this front group, you've only got Lunetta on a soft rear tyre. The rest are all on the hard rear tyre. There's a couple of anomalies. David Almanza's got a soft front. Will that go the distance here when we're into the last third of the race?
Carpe hugs the inside, trying to force riders to go around the outside, and Quiles says, yeah, I'll do that then. I will take over, but then Almanza rides underneath him. It's 4-5 abreast through Stoke Corner. Someone sat up Piqueras onto the green paint on the outside, and Lunetta, having had 1 long lap penalty, there's another big lunge coming in from Lunetta. He's going to go briefly up into second, dropping back to third. Rueda leaves a bit of rubber on the shoulder of Lunetta, and then Pironi also coming through. Wow, and Lunetta onto the green paint on the outside of the final corner.
Yeah, look, Lunetta, he uses his stature to try and shove his way through there at Vale. It did cost him in the end of the run-through club. He did try and tough it out, but obviously that's 1 green indiscretion against his name.
Can't all end this race, can they? We've got a front group of 12 out there, all the way back to Nicola Carraro now, as Rueda up into second, past Quiles. That's the highest Rueda's been in this race so far.
Scott Ogden has got through on Ralston. He has pretty much the pace to match the lead group if he can get across that little gap. He's just a second adrift at the moment, but all this battling will help.
You'd have thought so, but Almanza's trying to stretch them. Who's going to react? Carpe going to run wide at Brooklands. Can Piqueras get involved again? He had a spurt a couple of laps ago, but Almanza is starting to pull the pin here. I'm intrigued what this lap time's going to be here, Michael, because last lap, a 2:11.5 from Almanza. Lunetta, a 2:11.3. The Hondas are working.
Yeah, they have been rolling around this track pretty good. A lot of fast corners where the Honda can take benefit. In the middle of the corner, you witness, actually on there, it is the rider behind Rueda who's able to get the run up towards, not quite enough to make the pass into Maggots.
Interesting line from Quiles. Others followed him, just a wide run really through Copse, taking as much exit as you can. As we see a move, Jose Antonio Rueda from the back of the grid has now taken the lead in the British Grand Prix with 3.5 laps to go.
A bit of a twitch of the rear there, but Quiles getting a fantastic run out of Chapel Curve. Swings it all the way to the outside. He's on the racing line for the braking point, but yeah, swings it back in, takes the apex and takes the lead.
Yeah, and in doing so, it really messed up the exit for Almanza, didn't he? And suddenly he finds himself back in 5th and on the wrong side as they go down towards Vale. And you've got Guido Pini coming through and Luca Lunetta on his inside. Oh, my goodness me, as Angel Piqueras now comes through on him. It's Quiles back in front. Rueda is in second place. All sorts going on behind, with Piqueras now up into 5th place. I thought a moment ago Almanza might be able to ride away from them, but it's Valentin Pironi who's the fastest rider on track now, the Argentine in 3rd.
Yeah, he's impressive. It's difficult here to break away from the lead group because of the wind, but around this racetrack not often you see a breakaway, so yeah, Almanza got his head down, but it was negated in pretty much 1 or 2 corners.
And again, we have another change in the leader. Jose Antonio Rueda once more. Quiles leaving a bit of rubber on the left leg of Valentin Pironi through there. 2.5 laps to go. down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands. Every single time you see them just trying to make their rivals go the long way round, and Quiles doesn't care. He's going to do it anyway, and he rides around Perrone into Brooklands. Almanza now to switch back to the inside. Right, I'm just thinking now of a couple of laps time where you want to start positioning yourself.
Yeah, it's so difficult to call it actually. When for the riders, I think Rueda will try and stay at the front, likewise Almanza. But Piqueras, I thought, would have the pace, and it seems he's struggling a little bit today. He's not as able to just stay in those front positions, but you don't rule him out in the last lap battle.
Here we go, Rueda's trying to stretch them, and again that line from Quiles. You're allowed to do that. No green paint on the outside of Cops Corner. Valentin Perrone and Almanza tough it out through Magas. Rueda is stretching them here. He's pushing. He's trying to make sure that at least the podium is the worst he can get as he pushes them through. There's Carpe dropping backwards behind Angel Piqueras. But as it stands, Rueda is extending his championship lead from 29 out to 44. Down towards Stowe they go once more, and Rueda leads.
Quiles got the move on the inside here, and he does go for it every single time. If he looks at the inside, if there's a remote chance of making an overtake, the young Spanish rider tries to put his CF Moto KTM powered machine in there.
And again down into Vale. This is going to be tight between Lunetta and Almanza. Lunetta through, foot off the foot peg for Carpe as well as he drops back into 6th place. And Piqueras as well rides through that inside line of Alvaro Carpe there, allows Pini to come through. Piqueras is seriously aggressive. So we've said that about so many of these riders, haven't we? Rosato, another one who's now up into 8th.
Carpe just drifting a little bit too far down. He doesn't want to be getting this far away from the podium positions with 2 laps remaining.
Still chance though, isn't there? Still chance if you can have a stunning last couple of laps. His teammate Rueda leads though as Carpe again tries to find a way through. He's stuck behind Rosato. Piqueras is there in 6th. It's his rival Rueda who leads from Quiles with Perrone there in 3rd. Remarkable this from Perrone.
Yeah, impressive stuff from the young Argentine. He's by far and away the standout for me in terms of performance. He shouldn't be in here the second best. When you look at the 4 KTMs, Perrone's certainly the one with the least experience.
In top left, all the shenanigans going on Vale on the previous lap. Remember, they've got to go through there a couple of more times in this race. Rueda is pushing on at the front, trying to stretch them out. Guido Pini behind Angel Piqueras. That's 7th to 6th with Almanza in front in 5th on the light blue Leopard bike. Quiles looking for an inside line as they went down towards Maga. It's got a lovely little bit of slipstream from Rueda.
Quiles looks so good here. He's grown in stature over the last year, but his positioning on the bike, it just looks it's quite elegant. It's so attacking at the same time. And I think he's got something up his sleeve for Jose Antonio Rueda over this last lap and a bit.
But Rueda's bike's pulling, isn't it? It's pulling, and even though Quiles has got that inside line, it all bunches up behind as they ride through Stowe for the penultimate occasion. Watch Rueda. Is he going to try and block them off down into Vale? Is there any launches? Perrone keeps Lunetta on his inside. Lunetta a little bit of gas mid-corner, so he gets in front of Perrone. They come through Club, 1 lap to go, 3 2/3 of a mile. Who is going to run out victorious? Personal best laps for Quiles. Fastest lap of the race for Furusato in 6th place. Keep an eye on the Japanese rider who's come up to 5th now.
Yeah, through on Angel Piqueras into turn 1. Furusato, he's left it late here. I've seen him making some aggressive moves down in here into Village on the last lap. Once again, down the inside of Perrone.
Great stuff from Furusato, who started down in 19th place in this race, but it's not quite as good, is it, as Rueda, who is stretching them out front, pushing on the pace, not giving them the chance. They're battling for the final podium spot here with Max Quiles in second behind Rueda. Only contact surely you've got to feel is going to stop Rueda or Quiles from winning this race.
Yeah, I think the ante has been up at the front of the field from the lead rider, Jose Antonio Rueda, having to come through from the back of the grid, but he's timed this just perfect.
This is scrapping going on for 3rd place. It's going to be tight through Lovefield. Piqueras has just slid underneath Perrone, has he? Yeah, and Furusato is also in there. at the front. Rueda pushing them on. So it's Rueda from Quiles. They're the battling for the win at the front. And Furusato now up to fourth. What a last couple of laps this is from Tayo Furusato. As Piqueras moves up into third. Surely chance of victory is gone. What's Quiles going to do here? Has he got the run to be able to have a go at Rueda down into Stowe?
He's looked at it the last 2 laps and not sent his machine through the inside. He needs to get a good exit here on Chapel through the Hanger Straight, and I think he will do. He'll definitely set up a slipstream manoeuvre.
Quiles there had a better run down towards Stowe Corner. He's pulling to the left-hand side of the racetrack. He's alongside Rueda, but Rueda will have the inside line down into Stowe. That's clever, but Max Quiles completely outbreaks Rueda. Is he able to bring it back round? He'll have the inside line. This is Max Quiles, his third Grand Prix start. He's down towards Vale. Max Quiles, oh my goodness, he was too young to start a Grand Prix, but he's blown it. He's gone wide. Vale, has he? No. Rueda will ride underneath him. Rueda, I can't believe it. From the back of the grid, he's done what Alonso, Binder, and the Costa have done. Jose Antonio Rueda wins the British Grand Prix from the back of the grid. Max Quiles is second. Luca Lunetta takes third for Italy and for Honda. Tayo Furusato is fourth, and Alvaro Carpe fifth in the end. Where's Piqueras?
He crashed at Vale in the last lap. I've seen someone lose the front in the middle of the left-hander, but yeah, he's on the deck, unfortunately.
Jake Bugg waving the flag. He's going to be playing here at Silverstone later on this evening. But we have got another bit of history made here. A day of stunning racing at Silverstone, and where his rival Angel Piqueras crashed out in the melee on that last lap. From the back of the grid, Jose Antonio Rueda has taken victory in the British Grand Prix in Moto 3. We'll just have a quick look at Angel Piqueras. Oh, Furusato was just out of shape in there. Oh, and there was collision, wasn't there, between Furusato and Piqueras. That one will be looked at by the stewards. What a Moto 3 race. What a day of racing. And from the back of the grid, the championship leader, Jose Antonio Rueda, has now extended a huge lead over Piqueras in the championship with victory in the British Grand Prix.
Entire cover bike and multi-bike insurance sponsors MotoGP championships on TNT Sport.
TNT Sports, powered by Endura.
This is what we've waited for. All those nights under the lights.
What an atmosphere.
The air is thick with emotion.
Strap yourselves in.
The whole world holding its breath. That second that lives forever. This is it. Expect greatness. The UEFA, Europa and Conference League finals. Live only on TNT Sports.